Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. This is part 4 of What If Godlike Naruto was in Sekirei. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Kusano was exactly how Naruto had left her, crouched low on the ground, her hands covering her eyes as she shook in fear. As the sound of the blonde's footsteps approached her, the little girl shrank in on herself, as if hoping that by making herself as small as possible she would be overlooked. Naruto hesitated in his next step as he felt his heart lurch oddly in his chest. It was an unusual feeling, a combination of emotions he had only been starting to feel again within the past few days. Since meeting Musubi, in fact. Anger was the foremost of those emotions, anger at the Sekirei who had dared to make this little girl so fearful. Sadness that Kusano felt so fearful in the first place. And regret that he had been unable to find her before number 43 had and thus forced her to experience fear at such a young age. Each and every single emotion he felt was like a bullet being shot into his chest. They came without warning, and Naruto found himself wondering if perhaps he shouldn't have saved this girl to save him from feeling so many strong emotions. Of course, then he felt guilty for even thinking that. It was most fortunate that Naruto had met Musubi now though. Had he gone into this situation without having already started experience all of these different emotions, they may have actually been capable of rendering him incapable of actually doing anything to help the girl. It wouldn't have been good if his emotions had made him unable to properly fight. That girl, for all her inexperience, had been powerful, at least as far as raw talent went. So even though Naruto's heart clenched at the sight of this little girl cowering before him, he managed to keep himself from doing anything more than hesitating on a single step before he was next to her. You can open your eyes now, Ku-chan, Naruto said in what he hoped was a gentle tone. He was still running on adrenaline at the moment, so it was hard to tell. Everything's all right now. Slowly at first, as though afraid the sound of his voice was nothing more than a dream, Kusano peeled her tiny hands away from her face. The skin around her eyelids had wrinkles in them from the pressure she was using to keep them shut, but those wrinkles began to slowly disappear as her eyes relaxed. Her eyelids fluttered open soon after, revealing large, bright green eyes. She blinked several times before they settled on Naruto and promptly widened. "Oh, Oni-chan," she asked hesitantly, almost afraid to believe what she was seeing. Her eyes darted around the clearing in search of the Sekirei who had attacked her, only to find that there was no one there. It was just her and Naruto now in the clearing. Number 43 was hidden several meters away behind a large tree. When she found out that they were now alone, her eyes once more settled on the blonde, and tears of mixed relief and joy began streaming from them. "Oni-chan," she cried out as she stood up and rushed towards him, her arms outstretched in what was obviously an attempt to hug him. Naruto knelt down and easily scooped the girl up into his arms. She was light, almost too light, he noted. How long had it been since she had eaten? As the little girl's arms clung tightly around his neck while she balled into his shoulder, Naruto found himself foregoing his own analysis of the girl in his arms in favor of simply giving the child comfort. "It's okay," he shushed her, his voice surprisingly soft. Naruto felt himself being flooded by emotions and memories, the scene bringing a sense of nostalgia that he had not felt in so long. He absently wondered how long it had been since he thought of that moment, but the recollection was brief, nothing more than a flicker in his conscience before it was gone, and all that was left once again was himself, and the girl crying in his arms. "Everything's going to be okay now. I'll protect you." His words caused the green girl to clutch onto him tighter, almost as if she were afraid he would disappear, then her body went inexplicably limp. Naruto felt a moment of fear as he checked the girl over. Had she been injured during his fight with number 43? Had the stress from this entire situation caused her to pass out? A million concerns and worries passed through his head, only to be put to rest when he saw the girl had simply fallen to exhaustion. She would fine once she got some rest and a good meal. "Don't worry about a thing, Naruto said, more to himself than anybody else. "I'll protect you now." Without a passing glance at his surroundings, the blonde turned and was about to begin making his way back towards the entrance to the arboretum when the sound of voices reached his ears. "Where the hell is that kid?" The first voice he heard was male, and gruff. Naruto deduced easily enough that the Ashikabi known as Seo was the one speaking. "How should I know?" Female. Definitely one of the twins. Hikari, the twin that was more easily agitated and much quicker to jump to violence. Did you see how fast he ran? Hibiki, Naruto judged from the mild way she spoke. Of course we saw it. We all saw it. Damn it, it was just like that bastard we met a few days ago. Naruto grimaced a bit as he listened to the conversation. It seemed that his emotions had caused him to once more overreact in a way that revealed more than he had wanted to. The blonde was really going to have to work on this. Being so unused to dealing with emotions were making it impossible for him to make informed, intelligent, and pragmatic decisions. If this kept being an issue, there was no telling what kind of mistakes Naruto might cause, and what those mistakes would end up costing him. What I want to know is how he managed to run that fast. I mean, he's human, isn't he? That one was definitely Homura. They were closer now. Naruto could see them entering the clearing, their figures getting more distinct and detailed with each passing second. For a moment he thought about putting his mask back on, but figured the point would be moot. The lightning twins had already seen him once, and they had no doubt told their Ashikabi about the bastard they had met a few days ago. And Homura, well, if he was who Naruto thought he was, then it would only be a matter of time before he put 2 and 2 together and got 4. Best to just bite the bullet now than drag it out later. It wasn't long before the 4 others entered the clearing completely. It wasn't long after that all 4 eyes turned to look at Naruto as he held a sleeping Kusano against him. Homura's eyes narrowed as he looked at the blonde. Naruto noted that there was no surprise in his eyes, as if he had already figured out who had been hidden behind the mask and now had his suspicions confirmed. Seo was observing both Naruto and the clearing they had found him in. Hibiki and Hikari blinked. Ah! Hikari shouted as she pointed at the blonde with a quivering finger. It's you. You're the bastard who kicked me and Hibiki the other day. Nice to see you again as well, Naruto replied dryly. He walked towards them with slow, methodical steps, and took in some amusement when he saw both Hikari and Hibiki tense. Standing behind them, Homura, body twitched as well, though Naruto had a hard time interpreting the gesture since it didn't seem like he was tensing in order to possibly defend himself against a hostile force like the twins. Seo on the other hand didn't seem bothered at all. In fact, compared to the 3 Sekirei he looked positively fine. Curious. Yo. The other Ashikabi greeted in that same lazy tone he had used during their first meeting. That was some pretty impressive running you did back there. You some kind of track star or something. It was a small probe for information, and not a very subtle one in Naruto's books. Of course, he'd had to deal with people like Ibiki and Inoichi who were masters of interrogation, so comparing a civilian, especially one in this day and age, to his idea of good interrogation techniques was like comparing Manaka's crazy to Toba's insanity. It just wasn't fair to the noob. Or something, Naruto replied to the man's inquiry with a mysterious smile. There was no way this man would get any more out of him than what he already saw, and what Naruto already planned on revealing. He had already given away far more about his abilities than he had wanted to, and just by having these people in the clearing he was giving even more away. Once again, there unfortunately wasn't much he could do about that. For now at least, Naruto would have to deal with these 4 and answer their questions in a way that both satisfied their curiosity and kept him from revealing too many of his secrets. Rather than look put out, Seo simply laughed. Well, whatever the case is, you sure managed to shock the hell out my girls here, he said. Grabbing the twins from behind he slung his arm over their shoulders, his hands reaching around and beginning to grope their breasts. Naruto's right eye gained a slight tick at the blatant display of sexual harassment in front of him. He was a man, and being one who has lived for thousands upon thousands of years, he knew more about sex than anyone else alive. Hell, he knew things about sex that had long since lain forgotten by the rest of humanity. So he didn't necessarily care that this guy was groping his Sekirei, not at all. But couldn't he at least do it in the privacy of his own home? Seriously, even when Naruto was seducing a girl to sleep with he wouldn't be so blatantly sexual until after he had gotten her to his apartment. The girls didn't seem to like it either, Hikari in particular. Damn it, Seo. She growled, her face an angry shade of red as she squirmed under his grip. Being the twin with the much larger breasts, the scruffy-looking Ashikabi seemed to be focusing most of his attention on her. Stop that. Ah, Hibiki chimed in, her face just as red as her sister's, though judging from her expression it had less to do with rage and more to do with embarrassment. Seo, not here. She hissed out in a stuttering voice. Seo did not stop, and the pair soon grew so outraged by his increasingly bold movements that the twins turned as one and electrocuted him with a blast of lightning. Naruto watched the entire display mostly impassively. However, there was a small part of him that couldn't help but smile slightly at the sight. It wasn't the thought of Seo getting his just desserts that caused the smile, but the memories he had of another pair of people who had been like that sprang to mind. It had always been amusing to see the antics of Sakura and Rock Lee when they were together, Lee with his antics of youth and Sakura with her fierce temper and violent fists. The two had been a lot like Seo and Hikari before. Stop thinking about them, Naruto. Gritting his teeth so hard they began to grind into a fine powder before reforming again, the blonde made a concerted effort towards ridding himself of the painful memories. Thinking about them is useless. They're dead. You need to move on. Only he couldn't move on, he had never been able to move past his past. It was always there, lurking in the corner of his mind and reminding him of better times. Bittersweet memories that were tinged with despair. Never again would he be able to reclaim those times, even if he tried to recapture the old days, it would only be a passing moment, a small drop in the ocean that was his life. Those days were gone forever, and he was. Are you alright? Naruto jerked back, startled. Blinking several times to clear the blurriness from his vision, the blonde saw that Seo was staring at him with an unusual look, a cross between curious and possibly concerned. I'm fine, Naruto said, shaking his head once and firmly ridding himself of any lingering memories. It wouldn't do to lose himself now, not when he had to deal with these four in a way that allowed him to keep his secrets. Seo looked at him for a moment, studying him in what could pass for idle curiosity before, with a shrug, deciding not to pry further. Now standing at his side and no longer being harassed by their ashikabi, Hikari and Hibiki were also looking at him, though they still looked wary. Homura also looked wary, but in a much different way than the twins. Once again, Naruto found it hard to judge what the fire user was thinking. Maybe it was the mask. I see you haven't winged her yet, Seo said, bringing the blonde's attention back to him. The man was looking at Kusano, more specifically her back where there was a distinct lack of crest. She's had a hard day, Naruto replied softly. Before anyone even thinks of something like that, Ku-chan needs some food, some rest, and a good bath. As for what happens after that, well, here the blonde shrugged. That will be up to her. Hey, well you're not going to get any complaints from me, Seo commented as he idly scratched his chin. He was still studying Naruto, but it was a lot less critical and with more acceptance than their first meeting. You know, I wasn't so sure about you when we first met, but you're alright in my books. Thanks, I guess, Naruto said, being careful not to disturb the sleeping girl in his arms as he once again shrugged. While it was nice that the guy was no longer suspicious of him, Naruto really couldn't care less what Seo thought of him. Ashikabi or not, Seo was still just a human, and while he might be an alright guy, Naruto was not sure if they would ever meet again after this, and if they did, they could very well be enemies. Seo seemed to find his nonchalance amusing. He snorted out a laugh that seemed to emphasize this fact. Then he blinked. Wasn't there supposed to be another Sekirei around here somewhere? He asked as if just now remembering that there was another Sekirei within the arboretum. The man looked around at the area, now taking careful note of the damage that had been done to the surrounding trees. It certainly looks like someone else was here. He chuckled and grinned ruefully. Think they got scared and ran away. Naruto had already known this moment was coming. Even as he had conversed with Seo by dodging the man's light attempt at an interrogation, the Eternal Shinobi had been putting together a list of responses and information that he would be giving to the group before him. No, Naruto answered. She's still here. With his free hand he pointed towards the small line of trees where the body of number 43 was still laying behind. She's right over there. Without wasting a single second, Homura rushed over to where Naruto had pointed, his eyes wide. Just as he was passing the line of trees he skidded to a halt, no doubt having just found the body. The fire user eyes went from the body, then to Naruto, then to Kusano, before going back to the body. After several seconds of doing this with his eyes widening with every passing second, he seemed to come to some kind of conclusion as to what happened here. Yoyu defeated a Sekirei, he breathed, his voice laced with shock and something else, something Naruto was having trouble identity. The fire user placed a hand against the nearest tree and leaned onto it, grimacing as he once again rubbed his chest. Defeated a Sekirei. Hikari snorted incredulously, before she too ran over to where Homura was. What the hell are you talking about, Homura? Yeah, the guy's freaky fast, but there's no way a mere human could. Could. She got stuck on that last word before trailing off completely as her eyes landed on the body of the Sekirei Naruto had defeated. Seo leaned over to look Hikari's shoulder to get a look at the fallen wind user. When he saw the woman still lying on her side with a bloody nose and several cuts, scrapes, and bruises along her body, he let loose a whistle, then turned back to Naruto. I thought it looked like some kind of battle had gone on here, he said, looking at Naruto with a new gaze, this one calculating. So tell me, just how did you manage to beat a Sekirei? She was inexperienced, Naruto replied in a steady voice. She didn't know how to fight properly. All of her movements were telegraphed to the point where her superior speed and strength meant very little in the grand scheme of things, and she seemed to only have a passing idea on just how to effectively use that scythe of hers. The blonde ticked off each point he made on his finger as he spoke, at least until he mentioned the scythe, at which point he pointed at the scythe still buried in the ground. The only ability she had that I needed to watch out for was this strange wind blade that she could launch from her scythe. He shrugged, and finally concluded his point-by-point estimation of his enemy's skills. But like I said, she was so bad at telegraphing her moves that dodging her wind blades were easy. Naruto gave himself a mental pat at the back at his lecture on how he had defeated the girl. It was concise, to the point, and the only information it would give anyone about him was that he was apparently very good at fighting. The answer was very open-ended, leaving numerous theories from Naruto being a former soldier in the military to some kind of battle junkie or even an otaku. In short, all he did was let them know that he understood the mechanics behind combat better than most people did. It probably helped that everything he had said was completely true. His lecture on number 43's battle prowess was met with various reactions. Hikari and Hibiki were staring at him with matching stupid expressions, blinking as they tried to put his words into some form they could understand. Homura, on the other hand, had narrowed his eyes and was giving Naruto a contemplative look, even as his hand once more moved up to furiously rub his chest. Seo's reaction was probably the most amusing, as well as the most telling. He simply laughed. You some kind of battle nut or something? He asked once he got through with his 15 seconds of giggles. Naruto just gave the man a mysterious smile. Or something. XOX. After some more questioning, all of which Naruto was able to answer without really giving anything about himself away, a fact which seemed to bother Homura immensely and amuse Seo, Naruto and the motley group that had, for the moment, allied themselves with each other, made their way out of the arboretum. With Kusano sleeping in Naruto's arms, it was a slow-going process. He could have moved faster, the blonde was positive he could tree-hop his way out without disturbing the green girl's sleep. But for the sake of keeping appearances and keeping the others, especially Homura, from getting suspicious, he stayed with them. When they arrived at the gates, it was to see the familiar scene of destruction that had been unleashed by number 43, who Homura had told him was named Yomi. Among the wreckage and bodies stood Naruto's Sekirei. Akatsu looked as impeccable as usual, neither a cut on her clothes nor a ruffled hair out of place as she stood where she was impassively. Musubi, on the other hand, looked decidedly less fortunate. Most of her top was gone, leaving only the bottom part of her shirt and some of the left sleeve, with the two pieces being held together by a few threads. Her skirt was still there, though it too had several cuts on it, exposing much of her white panties to the world. Despite the fact that the girl looked like her clothing had been put through a blender, she seemed to be in an even better mood than before. Naruto assumed it was because she had finally gotten into a fight. The blonde also took notice of the fact that the three Sekirei they had been fighting were gone. Akatsu-chan, Musubi-chan, Naruto called out, once more using the chan suffix now that the mission was complete. Both of his girls turned around to look at him, and Musubi's already brilliant smile lit up until it was bright enough to compete with the sun, before she began rushing towards him. Akatsu did not say anything, she just blurred over to him with a quickness that was startling. He hadn't realized she could move so fast. Are you okay, Ashikabi-sama? She asked, her tone just as bland as always, though Naruto could detect her worry, both within her voice and transmitting over the bond. Ah, Naruto-sama. Musubi suddenly appeared directly on his left, her excitement even more evident as she bounced on the balls of her feet. One hand was being held to her chest, covering it, a fact which Naruto was thankful for as he felt Seo's eyes on his girl's chest. For some reason, that really pissed him off. Look. Musubi cheered, pumping her free hand into the air. I protected my modesty. That's good, Musubi-chan, he told her. To be honest, he was actually kind of surprised she had even remembered their conversation about how he didn't want other males to see her like that. At the same time, it was also strangely heartwarming that she would remember that and take appropriate actions. At least as appropriate an action as current circumstances would allow. And I'm fine, Akatsu-chan. Thank you. Akatsu's cheeks flushed slightly red when he favored her with a smile, however, that blush left when her eyes gazed upon his cheek. More specifically the trail of blood leaking from it. You're hurt, she murmured. Ah, don't worry about it, Naruto said, wiping the blood off his cheek with his free hand to reveal unmarred skin. See. Not even a scratch. Despite his reassurances, Akatsu continued to stare at the place where the blood had been. Naruto coughed, feeling awkward, and turned his gaze towards the area around him to see if he could see anything that might hint at what happened. So these two are your Sekirei? Seo asked, and Naruto, grateful for the distraction, turned to him and nodded. The scruffy Ashikabi gave a lecherous grin as he eyed his two girls. Man, these really are impressive girls. I mean, look at their chests. His hands began to gesticulate in front of his chest in an exaggerated circular manner as he waggled his eyebrows at the blonde. Naruto's lips thinned into a displeased line as a sudden yet intense urge to rip the man's arms off and shove them up his ass overcame him. Fortunately for both him and Seo, before Naruto could possibly react on this near-overwhelming feeling, the man received punishment from his Sekirei via a bolt of lightning. Naruto watched as Sekirei twitched and spasmed as who knew how many volts of electricity ran through him, the need for sudden violence dissipating as he watched the man getting shocked in satisfaction. When the man was left as nothing more than a blackened, twitching figure on the ground, the eternal shinobi turned his attention back to the surrounding area. So what happened to those other three Sekirei you two fought? He asked his two Sekirei as his eyes took into the new holes in the ground that Naruto figured must have been Akatsu's ice shards. He also noticed a couple of craters that dotted the street, and could only conclude they were from Musubi. Ah, surprisingly enough, it was Akatsu who spoke first. They got away, she admitted. Naruto turned his head to look at her again, hoping against hope that she would elaborate. When it became clear that she wouldn't, he turned to look at Musubi. So how did you do? He asked, figuring if he had to ask this girl anything it should be about her own personal experience with combat. He doubted she would be able to give him a detailed report of what had happened. It looked like he would simply need to make do with physical evidence. I was completely outclassed. The excitable Sekirei supplied cheerfully. Naruto nodded as his eyes continued to search the area of destruction, right before his brain fully processed her words and then snapped over to her direction. What do you mean you were outclassed? Surprisingly, the first thing that shocked Naruto was that Musubi seemed to actually know what outclassed meant. He honestly hadn't thought she would understand big words. After his initial shock of the girl using a more complicated word correctly, he felt a sense of worry for the girl overtake him. For some reason, even though it was clear that Musubi was perfectly fine seeing how she was right there in front of him, her words left him with an empty feeling inside. How could he have been so careless? What if she had been injured? These thoughts and many more self-recriminations entered his mind at a rate that left him reeling. As it was, only the fact that he had already dealt with too much today kept his face from giving away anything more than a grimace. Well, I was doing pretty well at first, Musubi admitted, the index finger of her left hand pressing against her lip as she looked up at the starry night sky. But then that girl with the strings managed to tie me up. You were tied up. That was from Seo, who was back on his feet as if the previous shocking experience had never happened. Given that the twins had shocked him so effortlessly and carelessly, Naruto assumed that the event must be a regular occurrence. Now that I would have liked to see. And like a prophetic vision coming true, Seo was once again zapped by his two Sekirei. Naruto ignored him in favor of listening to Musubi continue talking as if there had been no interruption. That girl almost got me then, but luckily Akatsu was here to rescue me. The fist fighter gushed, stars appearing in her eyes as she looked at Akatsu with her fists under her chin. She was so strong, even when fighting two people she managed to rescue me. Well, I'm glad you two are all right, Naruto said at last. He finished surveying the scene, taking the time to observe the damage. He had spotted all of the holes that Akatsu had made with her ice shards, including a few areas where large bodies of water were located, possibly from a larger technique the Snow Woman had used. He also saw several craters, most he noted were small, circular craters similar to what he would see if he looked at the moon. Those he assumed were from Musubi, however, there were other craters, smaller ones that looked more like spider web cracks that Naruto determined were from the whip user. He also made sure to pay special attention to the skid marks he had seen several meters away that had not been there when he went into the arboretum. Obviously the Sekirei's Ashikabi had come for them at some point, perhaps when he had somehow realized Yomi had been defeated. Which once more brought up his questions about the bond between Sekirei and Ashikabi. Just what was the bond shared between a Sekirei and their Ashikabi? Were all bonds the same? What was it about Sekirei that allowed them to bond in the first place? There were so many things he wanted to know. Answers that he wanted to get. He disliked not having information when he found himself stuck in any kind of situation. The fact that this was something so off the charts that even he, a man who had lived for thousands of years, was having trouble understanding it just made the whole fiasco that much more frustrating. And as much as it sucked, he knew that right now he would not be getting any of those answers. With a sigh, Naruto shifted his attention away from his internal issues and frustrations, and turned his focus back towards his Sekirei. Well, our mission to rescue Ku-chan was a success, he said, finally bringing his Sekirei's attention to the little girl sleeping in his arms. Ah! Musubi squealed, her hands clenched in a prayer sign under her chin. She's so cute. Shish, Naruto hushed the girl when he felt Kusano shift against his shoulder and mumble something that sounded vaguely like, Oni-chan, under her breath. Try not to be so loud, she's had a trying time and I don't want to wake her. Ah, right, Musubi said, her voice now a whisper. Sorry, her apology was followed by the now customary knuckling of her head as she stuck her tongue out. Ah, Akatsu murmured. I'll be quiet, she finished, and Naruto stared at the ice user. She was already too quiet in his opinion. Thanks you too, he decided on saying, then turned his attention back to his four allies of circumstance. Specifically, Naruto eyed Homura. He was now sure that the fire user was, in fact, Kagari, the playboy working at a host club who lived with him at Maison Izumo. This didn't really surprise him as much as it might have, though he would admit to having thought that all Sekirei were female before now. However, this knowledge now presented a small issue. Well, not so much of an issue as a set of choices he could make. If Homura really was Kagari, then Naruto had three choices. He could reveal Homura's identity right here and now, he could reveal Homura's identity later on when he had the time to speak with the man alone, or he could pretend he didn't know Homura's identity. There was, of course, the chance that Naruto was wrong, but that chance was so negligible that the very thought almost made him laugh. The first choice wasn't one that Naruto felt would do any good. Not only would it likely make Homura angry, but it might also put him on the fire user's shit list. The last thing he needed was to have the man launching fire at him whenever they met. The second option had potential. If Naruto got Homura alone and confirmed his identity, the man may still get angry, but he wouldn't be able to really do anything in public without giving himself away. Naruto could use the knowledge that he knew the man's identity, or alias, he didn't know whether the fire user's real name was Homura or Kagari after all, and hang that knowledge over him for blackmail material later. It was definitely the choice with the most potential benefit for himself, and it wasn't like Homura could actually kill him. The male Sekirei was several thousand years too soon to even make an attempt on his life. However, the thought of blackmailing someone he didn't necessarily need to left a sour taste in his mouth. The blonde would admit, If only to himself, that he had blackmailed many people in his life. Even now he had dirt on nearly all of the politicians in the United States, the royal family in England, and various other national figures around the world, along with a few people who worked in various departments that allowed him to keep his anonymity, such as people who created identification cards, passports, data entry onto the internet and a number of other departments that were closely regulated by the various governments of the world. This wasn't done with any malicious intent, but necessity. With the changing of the times and the new innovations in technology, Naruto could no longer just travel from one country to another as he pleased. You needed passports to travel between countries, you needed identification, social security numbers and birth certificates to work, drive, and get a place to live. And with the invention of the internet, Naruto needed someone on the inside who could erase any and all information that may have cropped up about him throughout various times in the world. It had been easier to just leave things as they were back during the age before the internet. Even as recently as the 1950s, when the computer was first invented, Naruto would not have had any problems moving around. He tended to mind his own business for the most part, and so the news would have never been able to report him, and even if someone had gotten a picture of him they would not have made anything of it. Now though, things were different. Naruto couldn't remain hidden without aid, and he couldn't get aid without revealing himself unless he had so much dirt on the people who could aid him that they could not even think of asking questions for fear of what might happen if he released the dirt he had on them to the police, or the public, or even important officials through various channels. Much like Jiraiya's spy network, Naruto had created a vast network of various people he had blackmailed into unknowingly helping him keep his existence a secret. Even then, this might just be a temporary solution. With even more technological inventions like the many satellites that now orbited the Earth and could take incredibly accurate images of people from space, the possibility of him being discovered ran even higher. None of that was relevant to the now, however, and as Naruto thought about what he should do about Homura, he quickly made his decision. He would keep the secret of the fire user's identity to himself for now, and only reveal it if it became a necessity. I guess this is where we part ways, Naruto informed the four who were not his Sekirei. Akatsu-chan, Musubi-chan and I will be heading back to our boarding house. Yeah, I think it's about time the girls and me head on home as well, Seo said, stretching out his arms as he let loose a wide-mouthed yawn. He then wrapped one arm each around the twins' shoulders, this time he did not grope them, and the three began turning towards where Naruto assumed they lived. The man turned his head to look back as he began walking away, and gave the blonde a lazy grin. We'll be seeing ya. Bye, bye. Musubi shouted as she waved at the trio, and Naruto was somehow not surprised that she had not reacted to the lightning twins. It was apparent that there was far too much going on at the moment for the girl to focus on anything more than the basics right now. When the twins and their ashikabi were out of sight, Naruto turned to look at Homura, who he noted was now studying him. So what about you? The blonde asked. Do you have a place to live or? He trailed off, leaving the question hanging on purpose. He wanted Homura to assume he did not know of his identity, and to do that he needed to sell the idea that he did not know that Homura lived at Maison Izumo. I've got a place to live, thanks, Homura replied, his voice a mix between snappish, sarcastic, and grateful. An odd combination indeed. Hey, are you alright, Homura? Asked Naruto. Now that they were no longer in such an intense situation he was beginning to take note of the fact that the fire user wasn't looking too good. There were bags under his eyes, he was breathing heavily despite not having done much fighting, and what little of his face Naruto could make out was flushed. In fact, if he didn't know any better the blonde would say the man was sick. I'm fine, Homura grimaced, his hand once more scratching his chest. Naruto was beginning to wonder if that was some kind of nervous tic. Sorry for snapping at you, he murmured an apology. It's been a long day. I'm with you there, Naruto agreed with a nod. And on that note, I think it's time we take our leave. Perhaps we'll see each other again sometime. Perhaps, Homura agreed, and if the man's grimace was any indication, he was not looking forward to such a reunion. XOX. It had been quite the day, Naruto admitted to himself. It was now late at night, or early in the morning depending on who you asked, and more had happened to him in the last several hours than anything he had experienced within the past several hundred years. From yesterday morning when he had awoken from that dream of Kusano, Naruto's day had been filled with more action than he had ever expected to find these days. His preliminary scan of the Arboretum, his violent meeting with Homura, teaming up with Homura, the confrontation between his Sekirei and 3 other Sekirei at the gate, his other violent meeting with Seo and the Lightning Twins, and his fight with Yomi. It had all happened so quickly that Naruto could barely keep his head on straight. It had been a long day, and all Naruto really wanted to do right now was get some sleep. Unfortunately for him, it was not quite the end of the day for Naruto. As soon as he stepped in through the door, carrying Kusano on his back, the first person he ran into was Mia. Said woman only took one glance at him before an unreadable expression crossed her face. Naruto didn't quite know what to make of it and didn't have time to contemplate the look before she spun on her heels, walking into another room before returning again, this time with her katana in hand. "Ah, Mia-chan. What are you doing with that?" asked Naruto, only to be ignored as Mia quickly withdrew the weapon and pointed it at the blonde's throat. Musubi gasped, shocked that their nice landlady was pointing a weapon at her Naruto. Meanwhile, Akatsu quickly stepped forward to launch an attack at the woman threatening her Ashikabi, only to be stopped by said blonde raising a hand in front of her. "Ashikabi-sama," Akatsu said questioningly, her mind trying to decipher the reason her Ashikabi wasn't allowing her to defend him. Unfortunately, she couldn't come up with anything. There was a clear threat to his safety present and he wasn't letting her do anything. It was quite clear that she was struggling with wanting to face the current threat to his safety with the fact that her Ashikabi was ordering her not to do anything. Fortunately, the order won out. He was her Ashikabi, and as his Sekirei it was her job to follow his orders to the letter. "Relax, Akatsu-chan," Naruto said in a soothing voice. She did just that, her body unable to do anything but soften its posture at the sound of his soft tone, almost against her will. The confidence in the blonde's voice was more than enough to reassure the ice user that he had things well in hand. Seeing her relax, the blonde eyed the sword pointed at his throat in the eyes of the woman holding it. She looked angry, an expression he had yet to see on the kind woman. So far he had seen her amused, happy, curious, and mildly disgruntled. He had seen her smile, frown, giggle, pout and even saw her awesome Hania mask. This look was new, her eyes were narrowed and her lips were set in a thin line that showed visible anger and disapproval at his actions, whatever action it was that he had committed to upset her. He was still trying to figure out just what he had done to earn a sword being pointed at his throat. His mind replayed the events of the past few days, trying to find if he had offended the woman at some point. After a split second reviewing and replaying all of the memories of him interacting with Mia, he found nothing, making him even more confused. Just what had he done to earn the woman's ire? "I take it there's a reason you're pointing a sword at me, Mia-chan." "A very good reason," Mia said sternly. Her voice was rather cold, almost bone-chilling. It was one that he had heard in only a few people in his life. Senju Tsunade when she was pissed off at Joria for peeping. Haruno Sakura when she thought Naruto was doing something perverted. Kazuhana Koyuki when she had been dealing with a group of traitors after her throne. And when he did something she considered stupid. Yuhi Kurenai when a male was ogling her. This led to many genjutsu that shall forever remain in anonymity for the blonde's peace of mind. And Mitarashi Anko when someone knocked over and or insulted her dango. Anko was just weird like that. While he had known quite a few women capable of pulling off the "you have a lot of explaining to do before I gut you like a fish and hang you by your balls" tone of voice, seeing it in this day and age was surprising. He had long since thought the ability to create such a frightening tone and look had been lost. Apparently it hadn't. The 2 Sekireis on either side of Naruto shivered at the voice, and both of them moved a little closer to him for comfort. It was clear that neither of them were used to that look or that tone. Not that he could blame them for being frightened. The only reason Naruto himself didn't was because he had dealt with worse in his lifetime. This woman, while obviously very powerful, couldn't hold a candle to some of the horrors he had seen in his life. And it wasn't like she could actually kill him. He was pretty sure that no one could kill him nowadays, though he hadn't been challenged seriously enough to actually get injured in nearly 2,000 years, so he couldn't say for sure. "I thought you were better than to stoop so low as to kidnap someone, Naruto-san. But it appears I was mistaken." You do know that kidnapping is one of the highest offenses that can be committed. And that committing said act results in the harshest of punishments. Don't you? Kidnapping. Naruto blinked several times. He tossed the word around a few times in his head, wondering what the hell Mia meant. He blinked, his eyes going from the sword to Kusano, then back to the sword. And suddenly his eyes gained a glint of understanding. You think I kidnapped Ku-chan? What else could this possibly be, if not a kidnapping? It was a rhetorical question, the tone in Mia's voice made that clear. But Naruto answered it anyways. How about? Gurgle. Naruto, Mia, and the other two Sekirei in the room blinked owlishly at the rumbling sound that echoed throughout the room. All four of them stopped what they were doing, halted their argument and began to look around for the source of the sound, which reminded them of the roar of an angry predator. Gurgle. The sound came once again and the four were able to track the noise to its source. For some reason Naruto found the sound to be very familiar, though for the life of him he could not place where he had heard it before. Gurgle. So hungry. The little girl muttered, just loudly enough for everyone in the room to hear before her stomach rumbled again. As the girl's stomach growled for a third time, and the soft words that were issued from her mouth came to him, the blonde realized where he had heard that noise before. Musubi's stomach when she was hungry. He hoped to Kami that Kusano did not have an appetite as large as the fist-type Sekirei's. She must not have eaten for a long time, being cooped up in the forest, Naruto mumbled, more to himself than anyone else. He turned to look at Mia and gave her a sheepish grin. So, it looks like Ku-chan's hungry. Would you mind making her something to eat? I promise to tell you everything then. Mia just blinked at him, her expression going from stern and angry to confused. Era. XOX. I see, Mia said as she sipped a steaming cup of tea. After the incident in the hall, Naruto had convinced her that they would be better off moving their conversation into the dining room where they could also fix up something to eat for Kusano. Mia was sitting at her usual place at the head of the table, while Naruto sat on her left-hand side, Akatsu on his right as she stared at him with her usual intensity and Kusano sitting in between him and Musubi on his left. The only two people who were missing was Kagari, who Naruto assumed was either in his room or patrolling the streets while doing his duty as the guardian of unwinged Sekirei, and Uzume, who he had no clue as to her whereabouts. The Lavenderette had just finished listening to Naruto's tale about how he and his Sekirei had rescued Kusano. The Eternal Shinobi had told her everything that had happened between his dream about Kusano and now. Well, almost everything. He had not mentioned that he had fought and defeated Yomi. He knew that the landlady was probably aware that he was different from most humans, but he doubted she would ever be able to figure out the extent of his differences unless he outright told her. After all, how many people would believe that he was a several thousand-year-old immortal with immense power that had been wandering the world since the age where all humans had powers similar to his own? He also left out the parts about Kusano and the others people Sekirei. This was done more out of respect for Mia than anything else. He was sure that the woman was aware of the Sekirei plan. It didn't make sense for her not to be since she had been housing two Sekirei before he even came here. It was also clear that the lavender-haired beauty didn't want to get involved in the Sekirei plan for whatever reason, and Naruto wanted to respect her decision. He still wasn't even sure if he wanted to take part in the Sekirei plan. There was also the fact that the president of MBI had told him not to say anything, but Naruto was not really concerned about Monaka finding out he had told someone else about the Sekirei plan. He honestly couldn't care less if he revealed the secret. But until he knew more about Monaka, MBI and the Sekirei plan as a whole, he didn't want to callously give information that might place his Sekirei in jeopardy. It simply wasn't in his nature to place people he had grown to care about in harm's way. And there it was again. That emotion, that desire to protect. If he didn't figure this out soon he might just end up going insane. Mia tapped her chin as she took in the sight of the little girl stuffing her face. It was a drastic change from just moments ago. Before the food had been placed in front of her, Kusano had looked like she was dead on her feet. So this girl was responsible for creating the overgrowth of plants in the arboretum, she said, looking at the girl appraising Ly before turning to eye Naruto. And you, Musubi-chan and Akatsu-chan went there to rescue her. Am I getting this right? That's the gist of it, Naruto agreed as he scratched the back of his head. Idly, he turned his attention to the girl of their discussion. Kusano was now busy scarfing down several bowls worth of food in an attempt to make up for however long she had not eaten. It was almost incredible to see such a tiny child eating so much, especially one that wasn't an akamaiki. Then again, she was a Sekirei. Perhaps they all simply had higher than normal metabolisms, though he had not seen Akatsu eat nearly as much as Musubi. The snow woman still ate quite a bit. Though he just figured it was due to Musubi being a fist type, and thus being much more active and having a higher energy expenditure. It was just a theory, but he assumed that simple types used less energy, due to the generally limited amount of movement they make during combat and the fact that they don't use their energy for anything other than battle. He had no clue how to prove this, however, he wasn't a scientist, just a young-looking immortal with too much damn time on his hands. Naruto's sweat dropped as Mia stared at him with a discernible expression on her face. She leaned over, so close her nose was nearly touching his as she looked into his eyes with frightening intensity. Naruto said nothing, however, letting the purple-haired beauty search for whatever it was she was looking for. She seemed to find it after a few seconds of staring, because only a moment had passed before she pulled away from him and smiled. I believe you. You do? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. He was, in all honesty, not surprised. He knew that Mia was aware of the Sekirei plan at least to some degree. Naruto had not said anything when it happened, but he had seen the way Mia had glanced at Kusano when they first arrived. The first place she had looked was the back of her neck. Still, if Mia wanted to play her games, then he would play along with her. If nothing else, it would be a nice change of pace to have someone with whom he could banter back and forth with. Musubi wasn't much of a conversationalist unless it came to combat and love. And, well, Akatsu was Akatsu. Enough said there. Of course, Mia's bright smile was rather radiant as she spoke, so unlike her scary smile where her Hanya mask would appear around her person. He still wanted to ask her how she did that. I'm very good at telling when someone is lying to me, so I know that everything you've said is the truth. Well, that's good, Naruto said with a laugh. His left hand came up and went behind his head, scratching it as a sheepish grin crossed his face. For a second there I was afraid you were going to point your katana at me again, or even worse, actually use it on me to cut me into tiny pieces. Oh no, I wouldn't do that, Mia said with a bright smile. Her eyes closed as her lips curled into a wide smile that looked very beautiful on her face. The air around the lavenderette began to darken as a malicious aura appeared around her, making the beautiful smile seem more sinister. I would only cut you up if you deserved it. Ahahaha, that's good to know, Naruto said with a sweat drop. He wondered what it was with him and violent women. Why was it that he always found himself surrounded by that type of girl? Back then it was Sakura-chan, Tsunade-ba-chan, Enko-chan, Kurenai-chan and Yugao-chan that I had to worry about trying to beat me half to death and or Genjutsu-me. The blonde looked from Mia to Musubi to Akatsu and sighed. Now I've got these three, all of them powerful fighters in their own right. Well, at least none of them have actually tried beating the crap out of me yet. For some reason his mind conjured up an image of Akatsu, Mia and Musubi in the leather bondage clothing those lightning girls had been in. A blush formed on his face, but he quickly shook it off. Don't go there, Naruto, don't even think about it. He brought up both hands and smacked himself across the face several times, the pain helping his mind move out of the gutter and back into the real world. The last thing you need is Mia thinking you're some kind of pervert. Naruto blinked, his eyes opening to see Mia and Musubi staring at him strangely. Akatsu would have been included in this as well, but she was already staring at him. Are you okay, Uzumaki-kun? Aha, why yeah, I'm fine, Naruto replied, coughing into his hand to hide the slight blush that threatened to creep back onto his face. He was beginning to think he might need some kind of help, what with the way his emotions were bouncing all over the place, going from serious to perverted to embarrassed in seconds. Anyway, do you think you could let Ku-chan stay here with us? I don't see why not, Mia said. She looked up at the ceiling as if thought, before smiling. It's not like she has anywhere else to go, and since you're the one who rescued her I doubt she'll want to leave you. So of course she can stay. Thank you very much. Naruto smiled as he began eating some of his own food, having disregarded it until after he finished his conversation with Mia. He was pleased that his landlady understood the new situation and was willing to allow Kusano to stay with them. Not that he had expected her to do otherwise. If nothing else, Mia was a very kind and caring individual. Even if she hadn't understood the truth of how Kusano came to be in his care, he was sure she would have let the young Sekirei stay at Izumo Inn. As he began eating the delicious food, calamari in a spicy dipping sauce and pickled vegetables, the sound of footsteps echoed in the hallways. Naruto turned his head just in time to see the door open to reveal Kagari. He looked like he was still getting dressed. His long-sleeved shirt still had several buttons that were undone and a tie was hanging loosely from his neck. Likewise, he wasn't wearing his normal jacket, instead it was currently folded across his arm. All in all, he gave the picture of somebody who was in a rush. Well, that answered his question as to where he was. Naruto wondered if he had managed to get here before him and his girls, or if he had come in after they had arrived. The white-haired male's eyes took a quick second to glance at all of the occupants in the room. He grimaced a bit when his eyes landed on Naruto, much to said blonde's confusion and annoyance, before locking on the still-eating Kusano, and then going back to Mia. Mia, I'm going to be heading out, so you don't have to prepare anything for me, he told her as his hand came up to rub his chest. The man seemed to realize what he was doing at the last second, and with another grimace, pulled his hand away and began to finish getting dressed. Oh. Mia looked Kagari up and down as he finished getting dressed, buttoning up the last of his buttons, tightening and straightening his tie and finally putting his jacket on. You're dressed up rather nicely today, more so than usual, she commented lightly, though Naruto could detect the worry in her voice. No doubt she had also noticed his habit of scratching his chest and the looks he was giving Naruto. Is something going on? Nothing big really, Kagari replied in a conversational and smooth tone. Naruto figured he was modulating his voice in preparation for his job. It reminded him of the few times he had been ordered to seduce a woman of high station when he was a ninja. He would often change his voice into the smooth, husky sound that the other man was using now. He had also done it when the loneliness became unbearable and he decided to find a female companion for the night, but that was something he didn't like thinking about. Shaking his head, Naruto focused his attention on Kagari as the young man continued. While impressive that Kagari could do such a thing when under such obvious duress was impressive, it wasn't any of his business to intrude on the man's life. There are going to be quite a few people coming tonight. I'm told it's going to be the busiest night we've had in a month, so I just thought I should put a bit more effort into my appearance. Ah, well in that case I wish you luck tonight, Mia said with a smile. Thanks, I have a feeling I might need some luck. Kagari smirked. He turned around and was about to close the door before looking over his shoulder. I have a feeling I might not be back tonight, so don't worry if you don't see me tomorrow morning. As the door closed behind Kagari and the sounds of footsteps began receding deeper into the hall, Musubi turned to Naruto with a question on her mind. Hey, Naruto-sama. What was all that about? Just an adult conversation, Musubi-chan. Nothing for you to worry about right for now. Naruto sighed and withheld the urge to palm his face as Mia began giggling behind her hand. Honestly, he was beginning to seriously question Musubi's naivety. There had to be a limit on just how naive and unknowledgeable a person can be. None of the other Sekirei he had met were so naive about the world. Oh, okay. The girl seemed to accept his answer with the same ease she always did, and went back to her eating, polishing off what Naruto recognized as her 13th bowl of rice. Sometime during the conversations taking place, Kusano had finished eating. The little girl, after scarfing down nearly 3 times her weight in food, completely ignored the other people as they spoke. Blinking, her eyes began to take on a drowsy quality, drooping and closing occasionally as she fought to stay awake. However, with all that had happened to her, the attack on her person as someone tried to force her into being their Sekirei via forced winging, creating the abnormal plant growth in the arboretum, spending who knew how long inside of that place all alone and with no one to comfort her, and finally, the action that had accumulated her adventure before coming into the care of Uzumaki Naruto had left her spent. Her eyes drooped even further down before she slumped over, her head hitting the table as her eyes closed a final time and sleep took her. I think the little dear's all tuckered out, Mia said as she noticed the young girl had fallen asleep. She placed her hands against her cheeks, smiling at how cute the young Sekirei looked. She was snoring contently, eyes closed and mouth partially opened with several grains of rice covering her cheeks. The spoon she had been using to eat with was still clutched tightly in her hand, only moving with each breath she let out. Now that her stomach is full, she's probably exhausted. Right, in that case we should get her to bed, Naruto commented. He lifted the little girl into his arms. It was rather easy considering how light she was, like a feather. Yes, we should. Mia stood up as well, and after a few minutes both Akatsu and Musubi got to their feet too. And since your room is rather crowded, she can sleep with me. I've already laid out the bedsheets for her. Are you sure? Asked Naruto. I don't want to impose on you or anything. You won't be imposing on me, Mia replied easily. We can't have her sleep in her own room, and you've already got 3 people living in your bedroom. She gave the blonde a pointed look, causing him to laugh sheepishly. So don't worry about it, okay? If you insist, then I won't say no. Naruto bowed to the purple-haired beauty as much as possible with Kusano in his arms. You have my thanks for this. I really appreciate all you're doing for us. You're very welcome, Mia replied, a dazzling smile. Now come on, let's get her in bed. And you 3 should probably turn in as well. Yes ma'am. XOX. Kagari couldn't help but sigh in relief as he left Maison Izumo. The cool night air seemed to soothe his inflamed body, something he was very grateful for. It was getting harder and harder to be in the presence of that man, a fact which bothered him greatly. He didn't hate Naruto, he didn't necessarily like Naruto either, but that was more on account of barely knowing him. After tonight, however, if nothing else, he could honestly say that the blonde was a good man. That he could barely stand to be in the Wanderer's presence was troubling, especially since they lived together. As these thoughts passed through his mind, he walked down one of the many streets near the boarding house he lived at, his long coat billowing slightly as he moved. It was dark out, with only the street lights to illuminate his path. It wasn't long before he reached his destination, a very expensive-looking limousine that was parked by curb with only a single light on in the back. As if it was waiting for someone. Walking over to it, Kagari stopped by the rear door that was facing the road. Opening it, he leaned down and peered in to see the person who had called him, who also happened to be the woman helping him with his job as the guardian of unwinged Sekireis. A limousine, huh? This is a pretty classy way to greet a friend, he smirked at the woman, sitting with her right leg crossed over the left, a cigarette in her left hand. She was a slender woman with gray hair and gray eyes. There was a long scar that traveled across her left eye, which was being covered by a large, triangular eye patch. Currently, she was wearing an expensive purple dress. It was sleeveless with a thin neckline that acted as a choker and was connected with the rest of the dress, forming an X pattern as it moved across her chest and left a large rhombus-like hole to show off her cleavage. The woman's name was Sahashi Takami, and she was the person who had asked him to become the guardian of unwinged Sekirei. It's the least I could do, Takami replied with a smile. You've missed a lot of work lately because of me. As Kagari stepped into the car and sat down, her gaze sharpened. Do you think number 180 is safe with that man? Safer than she would be with anyone else, was the reply she got. Takami frowned, taking a drag of her cigarette before blowing out a stream of smoke. You seem to have faith in this man. She looked back at her companion for the moment with a raised eyebrow and undisguised curiosity. I thought you said you didn't trust him. I said I don't know him, Kagari corrected. The first time I met him was when he had winged Sekirei number 88, Musubi. I saw him doing things, acts of superhuman speed that shouldn't be possible for a human to do. Yet I also know he is human. A Sekirei cannot be an Ashikabi, so that makes it the only viable explanation. This also leaves me baffled and unable to come up with any theory on just how he is capable of such a feat. I don't like unknown variables. You never did, Takami agreed with a nod. Truth was, she didn't like it either. The man was a ghost. He had appeared out of nowhere with no past, no history, no worker's ID, nothing. Even his passports were unavailable, either missing or purposely stricken from the records. She didn't know, but that she couldn't find out anything about this man was disturbing. MBI was one of the largest companies in the world, and their technology was the most advanced. They had satellites in station to watch every country and had hacked into the satellites of other countries. Their information network, while more focused on Japan, and Shinto Tito in general, was still impressive on an international scale. With the level of technology they possessed, along with their information network, finding information on one person should be easy. Which is why not being able to learn anything about Uzumaki Naruto bothered her so much. Reaching into her pocket, she pulled out a small mobile phone, a touchscreen much like the one Naruto used, only this one MBI logo was on the back. Accessing some of the files she kept on hand, Takami scrolled down until she located a file that was simply called UN. Tapping on the file with her thumb, she opened it, bringing out a picture of the man they were talking about and any relevant information they had gained on him. Uzumaki Naruto. Age, 18, height, 195 centimeters, weight, 91 kilograms, build, lean athletic, hair color, blonde, eye color, blue, Sekirei's winged, number 88, Musubi, number 7, Akatsu, and now he has Sekirei number 108, Kusano under his care. Though he hasn't winged her yet, Kagari pointed out. I suspect that he won't wing her unless she's the one who decides she wants to be winged by him, even though she did react to him. Is that so? Said Takami, shifting her body around to face him as a look of interest appeared on her features. This night when I was trying to keep people away from number 108, I ran into Naruto and his Sekirei, he admitted. Takami raised an eyebrow in interest. I almost roasted him with a fireball, but he and his Sekirei managed to dodge. We probably would have stayed in a stalemate had it not been for Mikogami's Sekirei blowing up the front gate to go after Kusano. He paused to let Takami absorb the information he had given her. Go on, the woman prodded. We ended up teaming up after that. 88 and 7 stayed behind when we were ambushed by 3 of Mikogami's Sekirei, while Naruto and I went into the Arboretum. While there, he told me that he had known about Kusano being hidden inside of the forest before Manaka had sent his message. Apparently he'd had a dream about her beforehand, and had already planned on rescuing her. The message just sped up his plans. I see. That was a very unusual but not unexpected way for a Sekirei to reach out to their Ashikabi. When a Sekirei could feel who their Ashikabi was, but was incapable of, or perhaps didn't want to reach out to the person they were destined to be with, their desire to be winged would often manifest itself in dreams along with the usual heat they felt when in the presence of their Ashikabi. Pulling her thoughts back to the present, Takami asked the question she had been dying to ask since Kagari had entered the car. What do you know about Uzumaki Naruto? Not much, Kagari admitted. Seeing the look of disbelief the woman gave him caused the young man to hold up his hands, as if to defend himself from her assault. He's a very reclusive person. Once again he was given that, are you fucking kidding me, look that Takami had perfected. It was a look she had perfected thanks to her dealings with that fool, Hiroto Manaka. Maybe not reclusive so much as quiet about his past. Aside from a few stories about his travels, which really don't tell us much at all except that he traveled a lot before coming to Japan, I know almost nothing of his past. Who he is, where he comes from, what he did before coming here. Whenever the subject comes up he somehow manages to dodge the question, answering it without really answering it. So what you're saying is you know next to nothing about him. Takami sighed. That was disappointing. This new player to the game had caught a lot of attention when he winged the broken Sekirei, and not just from her and MBI. A lot of other Ashikabis had found out about this miracle winging, as well as a lot of Sekireis. It wouldn't surprise her if the man soon found himself on the receiving end of a lot of unwanted attention. Or wanted attention, depending on the kind of man he was and whether he ended up dealing with an Ashikabi or an unwinged Sekirei. Well, Kagari grimaced as his hand came up to rub his chest. Takami watched the action with worry, but he ignored the look in favor of continuing. I do know one thing about him that you may find interesting. Takami leaned forward as if trying to keep their conversation from being overheard, even though they were the only 2 people in the car. What do you know? She asked eagerly, hoping to receive any scrap of knowledge she could on the elusive blonde. When Naruto and I went into the Arboretum, we were attacked by Hikari and Hibiki along with their Ashikabi, Seo, Kagari began slowly. He got into a bit of an argument with them. Seo seemed to think Naruto was there to forcibly wing her like everyone else, and didn't seem to want to let him go any further. I had decided to help him, since both Hikari and Hibiki know I would never let an unwinged Sekirei be winged by someone who wasn't their ashikabi. I thought my presence would help settle the trust issue. Takami nodded along with his words. She knew who Seo was, as well as the two Sekirei he had winged. She also knew that Kagari had a history with them due to the pair making several attempts to defeat unwinged Sekirei before they found their ashikabis. Some time after I revealed myself, something happened to Naruto. Kagari trailed off a moment later, an unsure look crossing his face. After several seconds of silence, Takami couldn't keep in her anticipation anymore. What happened? I don't know, he admitted. His entire body just froze up, and he had this look of horror on his face that I've never seen before. A shudder went through his spine as he remembered just how frightened Naruto had looked at that point. Even though all Kagari had been able to see were the blonde's eyes, those orbs had been more expressive than 1,000 facial expressions could have hoped to be. The next thing I knew, Naruto was moving, and when I say moving, I mean moving. The man had been going so fast that I couldn't even track him. Wait, what do you mean you couldn't track him? Asked Takami, interrupting the man's story so he could give her a more accurate description of his words. I mean just what I said, Kagari told her. One moment, Naruto was standing there, stiff as a board, and the next he was just gone. He had moved so fast that the ground underneath him had exploded. You're kidding, she said, not for a second believing that a human could move as fast as Naruto had. You have to be kidding. She got a good look at Kagari's face after speaking, and paled. Shit, you're not kidding. No, Kagari stated dryly. I'm not. He shook his head. Though I really wish I was, and what happens next will shock you even more. Takami was almost afraid to ask, but did so anyways. So what happened next? After Naruto took off, we followed him. Kagari began his story again. Honestly, it wasn't that hard. While Naruto himself had pretty much disappeared, he left several destroyed tree branches in his wake. Each fallen branch had looked like someone strapped a small stick of dynamite to it, only enough so that it would create a condensed explosion of a few inches, and blew the branches off the trees. He had never seen anything like it. Well, we arrived in a clearing about 10 minutes later. Naruto was already there, and number 108 was clinging to him while she slept. So, what? He moved really fast and saved Kusano? Asked Takami, hoping that wasn't all of the information the fire user had. If it was, then she would be disappointed. No, Kagari grimaced, knowing what he said next would shock the woman speechless. He took a deep breath, then plunged on. When we got there, there was another person who had also come to get Kusano. Number 43, Yomi, Takami stated with a nod. I know that, I was with the team who had been dispatched to pick her up. She trailed off a moment later, blinking. Kagari waited for the woman to connect the dots. It didn't take too long. Takami was a smart woman, and it was easy to see when she figured out where he had been going with his story when her eyes widened. Impossible, she said, her voice shocked as she shook her head. What you're suggesting is impossible. Obviously it's not, Kagari stated in a dry tone, though even as he spoke he knew that a part of him still didn't believe. There was no one else in that clearing aside from number 108, and I know for a fact that Yomi was the only other ashikabi besides her, myself, Hikari, and Hibiki who had been there. All evidence points towards the fact that Uzumaki Naruto managed to beat a Sekirei on his own. What you're saying is impossible, she stated again, and it sounded more like denial than anything else. There's no way, there's just no way that a human could possibly defeat a Sekirei. Takami, I understand that you don't want to believe this, Kagari started, and he really did understand. A human defeating a Sekirei. The very notion was absurd. While Kagari didn't look down on humans, especially considering his ashikabi, if he ever got one, would be a human, the fact remained that Sekirei were more powerful than humans. They were faster, stronger, and many had powerful abilities that most humans would expect to read in a shonen manga. He didn't want to believe that a human could fight a Sekirei and win, but what else could he do in this instance? No. Takami snapped, the denial and anger in her voice surprising Kagari. You don't understand, Homura. She shouted, using his real name instead of his alias. What? Kagari blinked as Takami once more began pressing buttons on her phone, this time at a much more furious pace. What don't I understand? This. Takami thrust the phone into Kagari's face. The fire user had to lean back, lest the tiny device smack him in the nose. Tentatively, he took the phone from the angry and slightly hysterical woman's hand, then pulled it away from his face so he could read it without going cross-eyed. As he began reading the text, which Kagari noted was a list, his eyes began to widen. Broken nose. Severe concussion. Suffering from a severe case of whiplash from the first cervical to the fifth. Severe damage done to all major muscle groups in the arms, legs, back, and core. Rotator cuff in right arm appears to have been cut by a sharp implement. Comminuted fractures in the clavicle, scapula, and radius bones of the right arm. Comminuted fractures of the clavicle, scapula, and humerus bones of the left arm. Comminuted fracture of the femur and tibia in the left leg, and the tibia and fibula of the right leg. Turning his head to gape at Takami, Kagari asked, "What is this?" That, Takami grimaced, is the reason why Naruto could not have possible defeated number 43. Shit, Kagari swore. You don't mean. It was a level 4 deactivation, Takami said with a grimace. Kagari seemed to mimic her actions as they both fell silent, each one contemplating the new information they had been given. Now that the moment of shock had passed, Takami had calmed down enough to at least think about the knowledge that Kagari had given her about Naruto, even if she still didn't like it. Deciding to focus on the matter from an objective standpoint, Takami went over all of the information that she had just been given in relation to Yomi's defeat. Firstly, the Lightning Twins, Yomi, and Kagari himself had been the only Sekirei within the Arboretum at the time. The only other two people there had been Seo and Naruto. She only had Kagari's word to go on, but she trusted him enough to believe him out of hand until she could check the MBI databanks on last night's debacle. God, was it already morning? It would be easy enough for her to find out if there were any other Sekirei in that area. If it turned out that Kagari had been correct, and Naruto really was the only person there at the time of Yomi's demise, aside from Kusano of course, then she would have no choice but to believe that the fire user was telling the truth. She didn't like this, however. The knowledge that there was a human out there who had the ability to fight a Sekirei and emerge victorious went against everything she had been researching up to this point. Not only did it practically spit in the face of her research, it meant they now had a dangerous man running loose who could potentially kill Sekirei. That he was an Ashikabi just made it worse. If what Kagari said was true and Uzumaki Naruto had accomplished that feat, then there was far more to the blonde male than she, and possibly even Manaka realized. If only she knew. Thinking of Manaka, Takami couldn't help but question whether he knew of this or not. Was Manaka aware that they had a human with Sekirei fighting capabilities in Japan? And that he had winged 2 Sekirei, with a possible third on the way, within a grand total of several days. Not to mention that one of those Sekireis should have been impossible to wing at all. She wished she had the answers to those questions, and even thought about seeing if she could beat them out of the man. However, even she knew that doing so would be impossible. Manaka was surprisingly tight-lipped, especially when she considered how damn loud and obnoxious he was, about things he wanted to keep a secret. She sighed and took another drag of her cigarette, letting the nicotine calm her nerves of the shock she felt from this new piece of information. After blowing out several streams of smoke she felt infinitely better, and turned her head to look at Kagari once again. Do you know how he managed to defeat number 43? She asked quietly, almost as if afraid that by asking she was admitting defeat. No, Kagari shook his head as he pulled out his own, stuck it in his mouth. Holding his hand out in the shape of a gun, his index finger ignited so he could light his death stick. He took a long drag from it, hoping that the nicotine would help him calm down. By the time we had arrived there the battle was already over. He would have mentioned the state of the battle site, but considering she had been there to pick up Yomi he was sure she had already seen the amount of destruction the fight had caused. I see. Takami sounded disappointed as she closed her eyes and took another drag of her cigarette. She was quiet for a moment, lost contemplating everything she now knew. Eventually, however, she opened her eyes again and asked what would probably be one of the last questions she had for Kagari. What else do you know about him? Kagari crossed his arms and closed his eyes as he pondered the question. After a few seconds he nodded and began telling Takami everything he knew about Uzumaki Naruto. Aside from the fact he can apparently beat a Sekirei in combat, he also seems to have the strange ability to earn the trust of others. Already knowing that Takami would ask for an explanation, he began elaborating. It took a single meeting with him before Asama Mia decided she could trust him. During the few times I've seen them together they look very comfortable in each other's presence. Very comfortable. That was another thing that bothered Kagari. Mia was a very kind woman, when she wasn't being scary. However, that didn't mean she trusted people out of hand, and certainly not within the first hour of meeting them. Yet in their first meeting, Naruto had somehow gained the woman's trust. I see the ability to change fate. That was what she had told him when he had asked her if she thought letting Naruto stay with them was a good idea. Kagari had no clue what the woman meant by changing fate, but he himself was beginning to understand that there was more to that man than he had ever thought possible. Naruto had, after all, defeated a Sekirei. Lovers. No, Kagari snorted incredulously at Takami's question. You and I both know that Mia was in love with Takehito. She would never fall in love with another man so easily. Or at all. However, they are both very friendly with each other, and often joke around and converse with each other when neither of them are spending time with the others. Several times I've seen the two of them just sitting around sharing a cup of tea, and Mia has even taken to training Sekirei number 88. She wouldn't do that unless she liked both the Sekirei and her Ashikabi, Takami agreed. While she would admit to not knowing Mia that well, she knew enough about the purple-haired beauty to know that much at least. Kagari nodded before continuing with his report. He also has a very strong rapport with his Sekirei. Both Akatsu and Musubi are fiercely loyal to him. Naruto seems to be the type of person who treats his bond with them as if he were in a relationship with them. Oh. Takami raised a single, manicured eyebrow. This was an interesting piece of information. You mean he treats them like they were his lovers? Or his girlfriends, Kagari said with a shrug. So far Naruto has taken Musubi out shopping for clothes, and they have also gone out on a picnic. I know that he and Akatsu haven't done as much yet, but I'm pretty sure the reason is more due to the fact that he only winged her 2 days ago. However, he did take her shopping for clothes before this whole fiasco with number 108 started. Along with that he seems to be affectionate towards them. It's not unusual to see him with one or both of them, usually in some form of physical contact. Kagari trailed off as he tried to think of other pieces of information he had learned that may be relevant. While he was doing that, Takami had already decided what else she wanted to know. What about his personality? His personality. Kagari blinked. When Takami nodded he said, friendly. I thought you said he was reclusive, Takami countered with a sly smile, making Kagari scowl slightly. I said he was quiet about his past. He refuses to reveal anything about his origins, however, aside from that he seems to be a very friendly and outgoing person. In some ways he reminds me of number 88, outgoing, talkative, yet unlike her, he also seems to be highly intelligent and observative. Though he can also be very quiet at times. Sometimes I've noticed he'll trail of mid-sentence and gets this odd look. Kagari paused and shook his head. It's like he's thinking of something painful when he looks like that. He also has a tendency to switch personalities, sometimes he acts just like 88, other times he's very quiet, and still sometimes he acts in a manner similar to Mia. It's like he has multiple personalities or something. He trailed off for a moment, then sighed. There was so much about Naruto that he simply didn't know, and the little bit that he did know only left more questions. How had Naruto been able to move so fast during the incident at the Arboretum and before when he had been running with Musubi in his arms while being chased by the Lightning Twins? How had he been able to defeat a Sekirei in combat? Who was Uzumaki Naruto? So in short, aside from learning that he has a friendly personality but refuses to let people know about his past, can apparently outpace a Sekirei, and has apparently defeated a Sekirei, we know next to nothing about him, Takami said in a clinical tone that held a hint of sarcasm. It was clear that she was back in form now that the shock factor Kagari had hit her with had worn off. Pretty much, Kagari agreed with a nod of his head, and Takami snorted, though whether from incredulity at this entire situation or some other reason was unknown to anyone but Takami. Do you trust him? She asked suddenly, the question making the fire user blink in surprise. Kagari paused. Did he trust Naruto? He would admit the blonde seemed to be a good guy. Friendly, protective and confident. Charismatic. A natural leader in many aspects. Even Mia had taken a liking to him for some reason he couldn't fathom. However, not completely, Kagari said at last. I trust that he is a good person, and I don't think we'll have anything to worry about as far as him becoming like Monaka or the two Ashikabi that have been known for forcibly wing Sekireis. But until I know more about him, I simply can't trust him. There were simply too many unknown variables surrounding Naruto for him to trust the man. Without knowing about his past, without knowing how he had been able to accomplish those feats he had seen last night, Kagari simply couldn't trust Naruto. I see. Takami sighed. There were a few moments of silence between the pair, neither willing to break it at the moment as they both got lost in thought. It would be Kagari who broke the silence. So, what are we going to do tonight? Takami smirked as she pulled out one of the MBI executive credit cards. I swiped Monaka's card from him a little while ago. I get the feeling he was the one who released Sekirei number 7. So I think we should punish the bastard by using his card to buy anything and everything we want tonight. XOX. Within his tower, Hiroto Monaka sneezed violently, before he went back to the screen where he was watching Izumo in to see if his newest obsession, the Sekirei plan's newest player was doing anything entertaining. XOX. Kagari let out a short laugh. Takami, this is why I like you so much. Yes, it was a good night to be them. And a poor one to be Monaka. XOX. Naruto looked up at the sky as he sat on the back porch by himself, hands placed behind him to act as support as he leaned back. His feet were planting on the soft ground below the house, the small lip that acted as the porch wasn't very high, maybe a foot or so, possibly less. He was alone at the moment. Both Akatsu and Musubi were in the bath, and Mia was in the kitchen washing dishes. Naruto had offered to help but she had turned him down stating that he'd had a long day and should get some rest. Kusano was already asleep, as far as he knew. It was a beautiful night, or early morning, the sky had darkened to a very dark, almost blackish blue color, several thousand stars were twinkling in the night sky, thousands of light years from the earth. He could recognize all of the constellations in the sky and was easily pointing them out to himself, using his skills in observation and his imaginative mind to connect the stars together and create the images the constellations represent. It was a skill he had acquired during one of the times he had decided to pose as a college student and took several astronomy courses. He wondered how his old friends would react if they learned he had been to school not just once, but several hundred times in the past 1,000 or so years. Of course, his going to college had been a necessity. The change of the times meant that Naruto needed to learn as much about the world and people in it as possible so that he could adapt to any situation. Most of the courses he had taken while in college had been ones that would help him in some way, learning the various languages of the world, studying business so that he could make a living as an author and not get cheated out of a deal, studying politics so he could work behind the scenes to keep his existence a secret, learning to use the newest technologies and the internet so that he could understand the process that went into entering data on the World Wide Web and ensuring that whoever he had erasing information about him that might spring up and inputting new information of his own desire was doing their job properly. Many of the courses he had taken were all designed to help him blend into society and cover the secret of his existence. Of course, even though it had been necessary, he was sure his friends would have still shit a brick if they could see him now. He would have chuckled at the thought, but just thinking about his long-gone friends hurt. So much had changed since the elemental nations disbanded, though that was perhaps too soft of a word for what happened. Both the land itself, from the shifting of the tectonic plates that had separated what had at one point been more or less one large land mass with several smaller continents that had not been a part of the elemental nations, to the cultural changes, the great variety of artwork and architecture that had sprung up from the many different countries that came into being, to the changes in its people, the advancements that had been made through history and the technological wonders they had come up with when chakra had become a thing of the past. Even he had changed. While not much had changed on the outside, in fact, nothing had changed at all when it came to the blonde's physical appearance, he looked the same now as he had when he had gained this accursed power. No, his changes were more along the lines of mental and spiritual change. Aside from becoming much quieter than he used to be, he was also much more patient, more capable, more intelligent, and much more bitter with the world. Though it may be more accurate to say he was embittered with his inability to pass on, to leave the mortal plane so he could be with his loved ones again, his precious people. Many a night he had wished for the end, to feel the cold embrace of death as his soul left his flesh and blood body so he could ascend to where his parents and adopted family was waiting for him. Anyone else may have been disturbed by those thoughts, but Naruto had lived a long life, and with everyone he had ever known and loved gone, the blonde had simply desired to go where they were. They were the thoughts of a man who had lived for a long time and now had nothing left to live for. Of course, I do have people to live for now, he thought to himself. His mind conjured the images of the people he had come to care about, Akatsu, Musubi, Miya, Uzume, Kagari and now Kusano. They were people who had become important to him, precious. It was odd, to feel that desire again, the desire to be with and protect others. He had spent so much time ignoring humanity to the best of his ability that he was unsure what to do about these new feelings. Or perhaps it would be accurate to say all of the old feelings that had been re-emerging. It had started out when he had rescued Musubi, and grown after he had winged her. The bond. Naruto was sure the bond was the cause of his re-emerging emotions. Ever since he had winged Musubi he had been feeling her emotions, like static in the back of his mind. They weren't always very clear, sometimes the emotions themselves were muddled, and he was unable to make heads or tails of what she was feeling. The inclusion of Akatsu had added to his inability to properly read the excitable girl's emotions. If it had been difficult dealing with Musubi, then having to feel both Akatsu and Musubi through this strange bond was insane. However, while he could not feel their emotions as clearly as his own, he felt enough. More than enough. It had become very difficult to retain his generally uncaring state of mind. Being able to feel his Sekirei's emotions seemed to pulling his own emotions from the murky depths he had hidden them. It was like this one movie he had seen once, where two people had ended up switching bodies to see how the other lived and gained an appreciation of what they had. Only in Naruto's case he was feeling the emotions of his Sekirei and the emotional feedback was bringing all of his own emotions back, leaving him off balance and unable to react properly. A part of him wanted to break this bond. To shatter it so that he wouldn't have to feel this way. They would only hurt him in the end, he knew. Eventually, Akatsu and Musubi would die, and he would be left alone. If he let them into his heart, it would only lead to his heart breaking. And Naruto did not know how much more of that he could take before he became what the people of Konoha had once thought him to be, a monster. There was a distinct irony to his thoughts, one that Naruto recognized. He could remember, oh so clearly, the day he had tried to stop Sasuke from betraying Konoha to go to Orochimaru. His at the time wayward rival and brother in all but blood had been determined to break his bonds with Naruto and the people of Konoha in much the same way Naruto contemplated doing right now. It was a bitter reminder of just how low he had fallen since those days. And yet, in spite of the fact that Naruto knew he should break this bond, knew it would only lead to a bittersweet end, even if he could, the blonde was unsure he wanted to. These emotions he had been experiencing since bonding to his first Sekirei, which had only increased after bonding to his second Sekirei, he liked them. They felt nice. These feelings, these emotions, this desire to protect and cherish the woman he now found himself connected to, they felt natural. Yes, natural. Like this was how he was supposed to feel, and was only just now realizing it. However, that in itself was a problem, one he was currently unsure how to deal with. With a heavy sigh, Naruto shifted his attention elsewhere. He couldn't do anything about his conflicting feelings right now, he was unsure of where to even begin to address that issue. Instead he focused on something else, something that he could deal with. Analyzing his battle with number 43, Yomi. The battle, if it could truly be called that, had only lasted 2 minutes. Yomi, for all her ability and power had been no match for him. Yes, she had been faster than any human in this day and age, faster even than quite a few of the ninja he had known in the past. But then again, so was he. Sure, She had been strong. The fact that she had withstood the brunt of his assault for so long without her arms breaking had been impressive. But his chakra-enhanced body was still stronger. And yes, she did have a very unique ability, a powerful attack that could truly be devastating if used correctly. But she had been inexperienced in its use. It was clear to him that the girl had no formal training in the use of her power, or fighting in general. He was actually somewhat surprised. He would have thought that the scientists of MBI would have taught her about her powers. After all, if you're going to make some kind of human weapon, shouldn't you know how the weapon you are making works? That power Yomi had used, the wind blade, it had been quite impressive. Naruto had only needed for her to use it against him a single time before he had properly analyzed the ability. The attack itself was reminiscent of the futon, Shinkugyoku, wind release, vacuum sphere, which had been one of the jutsu favored by Danzo. The Shinkugyoku was not a normal wind attack. As its name states, the jutsu created a vacuum in the form of a sphere. It was a small space of nothing, a tiny sphere in which nothing could exist, not even air. That was what made the attack so deadly. With nothing able to exist, anything that it came into contact with ceased to exist as well. With the Shinkugyoku, that attack had been in the form of a sphere, and therefore the jutsu possessed a piercing power greater than even Kakashi's Reikiri. A powerful jutsu indeed. Yomi's attack had been more along the lines of a blade, or perhaps a crescent wave would be a more accurate description. Still, despite its different shape, the concept behind her attack was the same as the Shinkugyoku. If number 43 had truly learned how to harness and use that ability before they had battled, it would have taken him much longer to actually defeat her, though she still would have lost in the end. Yet in spite of the fact that he had been better than Yomi, as well as more physically capable, not everything had turned out as perfectly as it had seemed. It had only been after the adrenaline had worn off from the battle that Naruto realized of the damage he himself had received, not the wound Yomi had given him, but the damage he had done to himself. It had been after he had been joined by Kagari, Seo, and the lightning twins that Naruto had felt the pain from having his muscles shredded by his own power. The muscles in his arms that he had been enhancing with his chakra had been ripped apart, the muscles in his calf and thighs had been shredded to pieces. Naruto couldn't see them, but if he had, he was sure they would have looked like someone had put them in a blender. As it was, only Naruto's ungodly tolerance for pain kept him from screaming like a little girl. A very manly little girl, that is. It was a good thing that his chakra, the very same chakra that had done so much damage to his body, had already healed them by the time he had been aware enough of his own injuries to feel them. He was grateful for that at least. Naruto knew he would need to be more careful in the future. While just like losing a limb, this kind of damage wouldn't be in any way debilitating, he could ill afford to let himself get injured enough that he might slip up when his reaction time really counted. Another thing that was bothering him was just how tired he was. Much like the pain had been kept at bay only by the adrenaline in his body, so too had his exhaustion. Even now, as his inhuman chakra circulated through his body, replenishing the energy he had lost, he felt tired. His muscles had the ache that came from overuse, his body felt like it wanted to shut down, and despite the fact that he was too preoccupied to go to sleep, that was exactly what he wanted to do at this moment. The fight had not been that long, but Naruto felt as if he had been battling for days on end without pause. This must be what happens when someone stops training themselves for several thousand years and then gets into a fight with a being who has superhuman powers. One might think that in the thousands of years he had been alive, Naruto would have become even more powerful than ever. After all, he'd had thousands of years to train and improve, right? The truth, however, was that Naruto hadn't trained in a long time. It was only thanks to his chakra that the blonde's body had not atrophied. Perhaps it was time to start training himself again, he thought. If he was really going to be stuck in this Sekirei plan, then it would definitely be a good idea to get into shape. He would need to think up a training regime for that, and he would need to find a place where he could train away from prying eyes. It wouldn't do to let anybody, even his Sekirei, see what kind of training he did. Especially Musubi, that girl had already proven she couldn't keep a secret to save her life. Oni-chan. Hearing the soft, feminine voice, Naruto was brought from his thoughts and turned his head to see Kusano standing just a few feet from him. He wondered when she had woken up, but didn't let that stop him from giving her a smile. Good evening, Ku-chan. Well, he supposed it was morning now, but the sun had yet to rise, so evening would do for now. Kusano blushed, looking down at her feet in mild embarrassment. Though what she was embarrassed about Naruto did not know. Gee, good evening. Why don't you sit down? The blonde suggested, patting the spot right next to him. Kusano looked at him for a moment, thinking. After a few seconds she walked over to him with small, hurried footsteps. She sat down next to him, close enough that should she wish to, she could grab onto him, but far enough that they weren't touching. Naruto smiled before grabbing onto the small blanket he had brought with him. It wasn't cold enough for him to use it, bringing it more out of instinct than anything else. But from the way Kusano was shivering he figured it was a good thing he had brought out. Maybe he was psychic. He wrapped the blanket around the girl, smiling when her large green eyes looked at him. It was a tired smile, resigned as well, but it was also genuine. One of the few real smiles Naruto had given in thousands of years. He had been giving those a bit more often lately. Real smiles, that is. Are you feeling better now that you've eaten and got a good night's rest? He asked, letting some concern for the girl leak into his voice. Naruto would have gone into a psychoanalysis about his feelings for the girl and why it would be better if he pushed her away, but he was beginning to get used to having his emotions all over the board by now. Maybe he was just beginning to accept the inevitable. Yes, Kusano replied in her tiny voice. Naruto was beginning to think she was just a soft-spoken girl. The small Sekirei's voice was very soft, light, like a whisper on the wind. It also told him much about her personality, that of a little girl who was soft-spoken and didn't like violence. Of course, she was a little girl, so not liking violence was to be expected of her. I'm glad you went through a rough time, Naruto said. He quieted a moment later, his head turning as he looked at the backyard. His eyes landed on the solitary tree. You know, that tree over there is where I first saw you. It hasn't even been 2 days since then. Kusano was quiet for a moment, her head tilted down slightly as her eyes looked from Naruto to the ground several times. Eventually, however, she did speak. The tree, it felt Oni-chan, she told him. When he touched it. And when it did, Ku-chan felt Oni-chan through the tree. It told Ku-chan that Oni-chan was one with it, and it was one with Oni-chan. Naruto absently nodded, coming to the conclusion that Kusano had somehow sensed his connection with nature through the tree. That was a very handy skill, a powerful skill if used properly, and one that would make Senju Hashirama jealous. Though that all depended on whether or not she could feel others through the trees as well. It could just be him due to his ability to harness nature chakra. Still, even if she could only commune with the trees, that would be a valuable asset to have. Oni-chan. Naruto turned his head, and blinked in surprise when he found a pair of forest green eyes inches from his own. A pair of tiny hands grabbed onto his face, cupping his cheeks. Oni-chan, will you? Kusano paused, her eyes darting like a scared animal. Then she took a deep breath and plunged on. Will Oni-chan be Ku-chan's ashikabi? Naruto didn't get a chance to respond, whether to accept or decline, because the moment Kusano finished speaking her face closed the distance between his own face. Lips pressed themselves against his own and the blonde's mind short-circuited. He was kissing a 9-year-old. It was a disturbing thought, granted, just about everyone was a child when compared to someone as ageless as him. That still didn't change the fact that a child was kissing him. Despite this, he didn't jerk away from the action, however, he also didn't kiss back. Naruto didn't want to be an ass and break the child's heart, yet at the same time he really wasn't all that comfortable being in this position. He was no lolicon. Still, as his mind began coming back into focus, he realized this was probably also for the best. There were other people who would try to force her into a winging, essentially making the girl their slave. If nothing else, the least he could do was let her choose whether or not she should be winged by him. The Sekirei crest on her back began to glow as she drank in his chakra, illuminating the surrounding area in its radiance. Wings spread out from her back, glowing a bright and lively green, with each feather taking on the shape of large tree leaves arranged in the shape of angel wings. And much like what had happened when he winged both Akatsu and Musubi, Naruto felt the stirring of a presence within his mind. He could feel Kusano within him, He felt safe, secure, and happy in the knowledge that he had finally found his Oni-chan. And just like with Musubi and Akatsu, he knew that these feelings, these emotions, were not his own. With the release of her power via her winging, the backyard began to grow with new life. Dozens of flowers, beautiful, colorful flowers of several different varieties sprouting from the ground. A brilliant array of golds, oranges and purples plants that grew from small stalks to full-grown flowers in seconds, their petals bursting open and showing off their beauty. It was a magnificent sight, one that Naruto, someone who had a surprisingly green thumb, could not help but admire. Moments later the wings behind Kusano's back disappeared as if they had never been there, leaving only the numerous blooming flowers to signify their passing. XOX. Inside her kitchen, Asama Mia held up a small plant that had grown off of her sponge with a look of mild confusion. XOX. Behind the Ashikabi and his new Sekirei, Akatsu and Musubi, having just come to get the blonde after they finished preparing the bed, admired the scene with them. The two fully grown Sekireis stood in awe at the beautiful display of flowers, neither of them had seen anything like it in their entire lives. Naruto looked away from the beautiful display of flora, towards the young girl whose power created them. She was looking at him, her eyes displaying a surprising depth of emotions. Then she smiled, and Naruto felt a smile of his own appear unbidden on his face. Awkward or not, he couldn't really find it in himself to complain about his new Sekirei being a kid. She had reacted to him and he had rescued her, Kusano belonged with them. And that was all that mattered. He just hoped they wouldn't have to kiss again until she was older. Much older. Walking within the arboretum was a figure, short of stature, nor taller than 107 centimeters of height and maybe around 41 kilograms in weight. The figure was male, with a lithe body that matched his small stature. He had messy white hair with several large bangs that hung over his face and overshadowed his gray eyes. His outfit consisted of a white, long-sleeved shirt with a turtleneck collar. Wrapped around his torso were several black stripes that went over his shoulder and under his arms near his waistline, with one black stripe moving across his waist over his buttoned-up shirt. He was wearing a pair of white shorts with a pouch attached to the strap, hanging off of his waist and bouncing on his knees with each step he took. A pair of gray boots with straps that buckled on either side and wrapped around in 3 different places, the sole, heel and the midstep finished off the ensemble. He looked around at the overgrowth of plants, an unreadable expression on his face. You came here, didn't you, Ku? He spoke softly to himself. He walked up to one of the many trees that had overgrown and stopped just a few inches from it, placed his hand on the tree and closed his eyes. The place where his palm touched the tree began to glow, a strange aura overtook the arboretum. Around his feet a circle of green light appeared, creating a radius that was about twice as wide as he was. It soon began to expand, spreading out like the ripple from a rock as it's tossed into a pond. Whenever the ripple left its previous spot, the landscape changed. To be more specific, it died. With a creeping slowness, the trees and plants that Kusano had caused to overgrow began to die, withering and decaying within seconds of the strange, green light touching them. It wasn't long after the young boy had worked his magic that everything within the arboretum, every plant and tree was killed, leaving the place a barren husk of what it used to be, a lifeless graveyard that was marked only by the now ashen gray trees that surrounded the landscape. Ku. Where are you? XOX. Within a small enclosed space filled with large machinery and monitors, a young woman was typing away on a keyboard. This young woman had long red hair with side plaits and usually appeared unfashionably dressed, wearing detached sleeves that resembled a cheongsam and glasses. As she typed away on her keyboard, the screen she was looking at pulled up a file with the image of a certain blonde shinobi on it. Uzumaki Naruto, the woman said with a small smirk. Just flew into Japan a little over a week ago, has only been in Shinto Tito for a grand total of 5 days. Very little information is on him, in fact one might call him a complete blank spot in the listings of people who were born during the time periods 1985 and 1994. It's as if he doesn't exist. A giggle escaped her mouth as she thought about what this meant. He was a complete mystery to everyone. She just loved solving a good mystery. Despite being new to this city, he has somehow managed to wing 3 Sekireis. She typed in a few more keys and the file on Naruto was pushed off to the side, though still visible as it made way for 3 more files, those of Musubi's, Akatsu's and Kusanos. Sekirei number 88, Musubi. Sekirei number 108, Kusano. And the most shocking of the trio, Sekirei number 7, Akatsu, the so-called broken Sekirei. This was part of the reason she was so intrigued by him. Naruto had not only managed to wing 3 Sekireis within a 5-day time period, making him 3 for 5, he also managed to wing someone that should have been impossible for anyone to wing. The emergence of Akatsu in the game had caused ripples of shock to spread out, not just to MBI who she knew from hacking into their database were completely baffled, but had also earned him the attention of many unwinged Sekirei. Many of the Sekirei who had yet to find an Ashikabi, herself included, had found themselves growing curious about the man who had managed to wing a scrapped number. There were also a number of Ashikabi who had no doubt heard of his feat as well, and she knew that things might begin getting very busy for one Uzumaki Naruto. He's so utterly fascinating. No wonder I can't keep my eyes off him. XOX. Naruto yawned as soon as he finished cleaning his room. It was Sunday, surprising the blonde as he had completely lost track of time thanks to the craziness that had entered his life, and because it was Sunday that meant everyone was doing their share to keep the inn clean. Akatsu and Musubi were helping Miya by cleaning the halls and dining room, Kagari was cleaning his own room and fixing up the window sills and blinds, and Miya was sweeping outside and doing whatever else needed to be done. Uzume was probably sleeping again, lazy girl that she was. It almost came as a surprise to the blonde when he realized that this was only his 3rd day living in Maison Izumo. So much had happened since he had first come to Japan that it felt like a lifetime ago since Musubi had fallen on top of him, and in that time many things had happened. He had bonded himself Musubi, a process known as winging. He found Akatsu and managed to break the block on her crest, binding them together in the process. He'd had that dream about Kusano, began making plans to rescue her from the Arboretum, discovered that Manaka had sent a mass text to all Ashikabi about her, discarded all of his carefully crafted plans in favor of rushing in like a blind man, nearly got burnt with a fireball by Homura Kagari, ended up allying with said Sekirei, got ambushed by 3 Sekirei that his 2 Sekirei ended up fighting. Almost got shocked by a bolt of lightning, ended up running into the lightning twins again and meeting their Ashikabi, Seo, got in a fight with and defeated Sekirei number 43, Yomi, and nearly gave away a number of his secrets in the process. All of that had happened within days of each other, and that last day had been one of the longest he'd ever had in his life. At the very least he had managed to save Kusano, who was now the 3rd Sekirei in his ever-growing flock. He could only hope she was the last one. Naruto had nothing against Sekirei, and he would admit that he was growing attached to the ones he had bonded to. But the fact remained that they were just human, albeit humans with superpowers, but still human. One day they would die, leaving him alone again. It was already hard enough keeping what little distance he could from the Sekirei he already had, he didn't want to become emotionally involved with any more. With a sigh as he once more realized where his thoughts were headed, Naruto looked out the window and noted that it was going to be a beautiful day. There wasn't a cloud marring the sky, allowing the sun to shine its brilliant rays of light on the city. It was the perfect day for an outing of some kind, he thought to himself. An outing, he snorted. The words made it sound like he was planning a camping trip of some kind, when in truth he was only thinking of doing something with his Sekirei in the city. As wary as he was of growing close to them, he knew that no matter what he did in the end, they wouldn't let him be alone. Akatsu was already practically attached to him at the hip. The only time the ice user ever let him out of her sight was when she was in the bath, doing something for Miya, or just like last night, battling it out with enemy Sekirei. It was very rare that he was not in the Snow Woman's presence. In much the same manner, Kusano had grown quite attached to him. Not only had the girl been quick to start calling him Oni-chan, the little sprite had also taken to sitting with him at the table already. Even now the girl was with him, helping clean up his room to the best of her ability. Really, all she was doing was grabbing smaller items like the clothing his Sekirei quite often discarded within the room before they went to bed, and putting them in their rightful place or the dirty clothes hamper. She wasn't very effective at doing this either. Her entire process, when it came to cleaning the room, was to stand in the center of it, sometimes with her hands on her hips like some kind of imposing statue, which when considering her stature wasn't all that imposing, sometimes with over her eyes like some kind of sailor as he looked out at sea. During this time she would also make strange noises while she searched, and when she finally found something she would run over to it with a yelp of excitement, grab the item in question and hold it over her head as she ran to put whatever she was holding in its rightful place. It was a very inefficient process, but Kusano wanted to be with her, Oni-chan, and much as Naruto wanted to say otherwise, he was loath to tell her no. Currently, she was holding a pair of what Naruto recognized as Akatsu's panties, due mainly to the fact that he knew Musubi did not wear black lace undies, over her head as she ran towards the dirty clothes hamper. He sighed, and thought about his last Sekirei, the first one he had winged. Musubi was not quite as reliant on him as the other two were. Which was almost surprising since she was the one who seemed to need the most guidance, at least as far as common sense went. Kusano didn't have much common sense either, but she was a kid so it was excusable. Then again, the fist fighter also had Mia watching out for her, so maybe she just had more people to spend time with. Also, there was the fact that while their bonding may have had the most impact on Naruto, on Musubi it had not meant nearly as much. For Musubi it was the act of finding her ashikabi, something that all Sekirei did according to her. It was, Naruto wanted to say instinctive. In many ways the Sekirei's search for their ashikabi was a lot like many animals when they searched for their mate. So while it may be important, to them it was just something they did. For Naruto, the act of bonding to Musubi had made him much more receptive to emotions. Ever since he had given the fist fighter her wings, the blonde had been feeling more in the way of strong emotions than he had ever since he had truly become aware of just how much his curse had cost him. Even now, just thinking about one of his three Sekirei brought with it its own unique emotion. Protectiveness for Kusano, a desire to show Akatsu that she wasn't worthless, and an intense level of affection towards Musubi. The feelings he felt for his Sekirei were strong, and he was still trying to come to terms with them. To complicate the matter further, Naruto could still feel the emotions of his three Sekirei. Even now they were there, a presence in the back of his mind, not just interfering with, but increasing the level of his own emotions. It was something Naruto was coming to both love and hate with the same passion. He was of two minds of conflicting interests. On the one hand, Naruto would admit to himself that he enjoyed the feelings the three gave him. It had been so long since he'd had precious people to cherish, and a part of him wanted to cherish them, much like he had cherished his other precious people before his life had gone to hell. And on the other hand, there was still the issue of their mortality. They were die, and Naruto knew of nothing he could do to change that. He had tried finding a way to grant another his immortality before, and that relationship had taken a turn for the worst and left him even more emotion and psychological scars than before. So far as he knew, there was no way to grant other people even a portion of his immortality. With a small shake of his head, Naruto returned to his original thoughts. It was getting easier to do that. Ridding himself of his negative thoughts and emotions. Maybe it was a byproduct of the bond. So, taking his Sekirei out to do something fun. The question was what should he do? If he was going to be pestered by his Sekirei all day, then he wanted them to go out and do something fun. There were many activities that he could think of that most people would categorize as fun. Going on a picnic, going to the movies, the arcade, the mall, which could be considered an entire subcategory unto itself. There were many places they could go and activities they could do. And therein lay the problem. Naruto had no clue what they would like. Each of his Sekirei were very different from each other. Akatsu was subservient and seemed to have placed their relationship in a master-servant role. She would probably not care what they did so long as she was with him. That didn't mean she didn't like anything, however, just that he wasn't sure she would tell him. At the other end of the spectrum, Musubi was excitable, enjoyed being active, and was apparently completely crazy for battle. If they were to do something, it would probably run along the lines of non-stop sparring, or something. Though she had enjoyed that picnic, so maybe something involving food would be an activity she'd enjoy. Finally, there was Kusano and, well, she was a child. The only things she seemed to enjoy doing was running around the house, spending time with her Oni-chan, and just causing mayhem in general. With three vastly different personalities it was difficult for him to think of doing any one thing that they would all enjoy. By the time Naruto had finished cleaning the room with Kusano, which had taken much longer than it would have if he had just used clones, he still hadn't figured out what kind of activity he should do with his Sekirei. In the end, he decided to figure out what to do later. Ready to head down now, Ku-chan? Naruto asked the youngest of his Sekirei. Kusano beamed a smile at him as she nodded her head and gave him an, uh-huh, noise. With the little girl rearing to go, Naruto lifted the child up and set her on his shoulders. The green girl giggled and laughed, grabbing fistfuls of his spiky mane as Naruto held onto her ankles and began making his way downstairs. There he found pretty much exactly what he had expected to find. Musubi was cleaning the wooden tiling of the hallways with a large rag. The piece of cloth was placed in front of her and she had both hands on it as she ran from one side of the hall to the other with the same enthusiasm being put into her work that she normally had with fighting. She did stop, however, when Naruto came down with Kusano. Hello, Naruto-sama. She greeted with good cheer as she scrambled to her feet and beamed at him. How are you doing? Do you need any help cleaning our room? Naruto's smile carefully hid the grimace as Musubi mentioned, our room. Again, it wasn't like he didn't enjoy her presence, but he was still wary of becoming too close to her. It would be a long while before he would realize just how close he already was to her. No, thank you, but I actually just finished cleaning the room, Naruto told the fist fighter. He looked down at the floor and felt a wry smile form on his lips at what he saw. And you should probably wait until you've finished your own chores before offering to help someone else with theirs, he said as he pointed out the fact that the hallway was only half finished. Right. Musubi said with a nod of her head. She made a fist with her left hand and punched it into the palm of her right one. Naruto shook his head and let the girl in skimpy shrine maiden clothes get back to the task Mia had given her. As he heard the thump of Musubi getting back onto the ground, followed by a loud and enthusiastic shout of, ha! That he associated with Musubi beginning her process of cleaning the floor anew, Naruto made his way into the dining room. There he found Mia as he had expected. She was kneeling on one side of the dinner table, a small cloth in one hand and a spray bottle of wood cleaning in the other as she cleaned the table. Everything else was spotless, so it looked like that was the last item she needed to clean. Sitting over on a small table at one end of the room behind the head of the table, the television was turned onto a news channel, the anchor currently making predictions about next week's weather patterns. Mia-chan, do you have anything you would like me to help you with? Asked Naruto as he stopped in front of the doorway and set Kusano down. The little girl looked up at him in disappointment, but the blonde simply smiled and ruffled the girl's hair. Of course, Kusano being a child did not seem to like it when he treated her like one. She quickly pushed his hand off and gave him a childish pout, before stomping off. Naruto's lips twitched as he fought back a grin. There was just something amusing about children at that age wanting to be treated like an adult. At the sound of his voice, Mia looked up and graced him with a smile. Oh, hello, Uzumaki-kun, she greeted, before his words seemed to fully register in her ears. Like always, Mia went through her act of pretended to having not understood what he said as soon as he said it, bringing a hand to her cheek as she acted like she was pondering the question. Naruto waited, knowing she would give him an answer in time. No, I think we have everything pretty much cleaned, she said at least, her eyes crinkling as her smile widened. Thank you for the offer though. Naruto nodded and gave the purple-haired beauty a grin, idly scratching the back of his head. He looked back to where Musubi was still cleaning the hallway, her form appearing and disappearing in front of the shoji screen door as she ran across the tiles on hands and feet, and was about to speak again when the news report coming from the television caused him to shift his attention to it. I'm standing outside of the arboretum right now, the man was saying into his microphone. The reporter was indeed standing outside of the gated entryway that number 43 had destroyed during her assault on the gate. It looked like most of the wreckage had been picked up, there was no longer any gate, just an open entrance, and all of the metal from the ATVs and bodies from the soldiers that had been injured or dying were now gone. However, there was something different between today and last night, which Naruto took note of immediately. All of the trees that were behind the gate were dead. As you can see, the overabundance of plant growth that had randomly sprung up here has been completely eliminated by MBI overnight. The method used by the company has not been disclosed to the public, but I have been given assurances by their spokesperson that no harmful pesticides or defoliants were used in the. Naruto stopped paying attention to the report after that, having understood what they were saying. If the reporter followed protocol, the rest of what was said would be useless drivel that didn't really have anything to do with what they were reporting on. Which essentially meant that he had not learned anything he could not have learned from looking outside. Sensing a sudden spike of negative emotion from Kusano in the back of his mind, Naruto turned his head and found that the small blonde girl was now sitting out on the porch, looking at the backyard, or possibly the arboretum beyond the backyard. Even from where he stood, Naruto could just make out the tops of the now dead trees peeking out over the buildings in front of it. Making his way over to the girl, he stopped just a few feet from her, staring at her back with a mixture of concern and curiosity. "What's wrong, Ku-chan?" he asked. Ku sighed, then sniffled. Naruto watched as her shoulder began to shake and her hands went up to her eyes. He didn't need to be a genius to figure out that she was on the verge of crying, if she wasn't already. His thoughts were confirmed a second later when Kusano began to sob into her hands. Feeling a small pang in his chest, one that truthfully had very little to do with the feelings he was receiving over the bond from the tiny girl, Naruto moved over to her and dropped into a sitting position. Whether by instinct of somehow sensing his presence, Kusano lunged at him, burying her face in his chest as her tiny hands grabbed onto his orange shirt. In response to this, the blonde Uzumaki lifted the child into his lap and began rocking back and forth as a hand started to pet her hair. "Come on now," he said softly, using a soothing voice that he would have never been caught dead having when he was younger for fear of ruining his manly image. Thankfully he had grown out of such things. "Why don't you tell me what's wrong?" It had been a while since he had dealt with a crying child, 3,926 years to be exact. However, there were some things that you never forgot, and Naruto had always been good with kids. It might have been a while, but he was sure he could get Kusano back to her normal, childish self in no time. The first step towards helping a crying child was to figure out just what they were crying about in the first place. Kusano sniffed several times, rubbing her face against his shirt to wipe the tears away. Shina. Naruto blinked. Shina's a boy. He's a little bit older than Ku-chan, but he was really good friend. But that tree just told Ku-chan that Shina took the plants she grew in the arboretum and he. Interesting, Naruto thought to himself as he was given a new piece of information to puzzle over. So her friend was the one who killed off all of the plants, not MBI. Though that does beg a question. Why would they bother to create a cover story? Aside from the fact that the Sekirei plan is some kind of top-secret project. He took a moment to snort, top secret his ass. Between the bondage babes that had been tossing lightning around like candy, the battle his Sekirei had been in, and the battles he was sure other Ashikabi's Sekirei were participating in, there was no way that this plan was still a secret. How Manaka actually believed that the normal, everyday citizens were still completely oblivious to what was going on was beyond him. Even the most ignorant of fools would have some inkling that something strange was going on in this city. Of course, he was thinking along the lines of a shinobi during wartime. The average civilian these days were even more ignorant of military affairs than the ones in his own time had been. Not only were they ignorant, but they tended to ignore anything and everything so long as it didn't affect them directly. If there was a homeless man on the street wearing nothing but a pair of boxers and a sign asking for money, most people would just pretend the man didn't exist. The Sekirei situation might be even more extreme than that example, but the idea behind it was the same. People enjoyed their ignorance. If something was going wrong, they would do everything in their power to pretend it didn't exist just so they wouldn't get caught up in it. That was one of the many reasons he had washed his hands of humanity, after all. For those few who actually didn't ignore the strange happenings around them, well, MBI was rich. As a multi-trillion-dollar corporation they had more than enough money to throw around. No doubt Manaka had been forced to toss out a lot of hush money to keep people quiet about what was happening within Shinto Tito. Just thinking about the amount of money MBI must have already given away made the blonde shake his head. He had used bribery plenty of times in the past, but it was always a last resort. He may have more money than anyone else would ever see in their lives, but he didn't want people thinking they could threaten him into giving them money to keep silent. This was not to say that MBI was doing everything wrong. While the text message Manaka had sent out bothered the blonde something fierce, the man had at least had the foresight to evacuate everyone within a 2-mile perimeter around the arboretum somewhere else so they would not find out what was taking place there. However, even that had likely taken a lot of cash to keep people silent. Humans could be quite belligerent when they were told they had to move somewhere else, even temporarily, and were not given a good enough reason why. Backtracking, Naruto resumed his focus on trying to figure out the reason MBI had decided to take the credit for destroying all of the foliage within the arboretum. They could just be trying to take all of the credit for themselves. Large companies like MBI love being in the spotlight, and love being seen as the hero, even when they aren't. He could remember quite a few cases when a large conglomerate corporation would take the credit for something Naruto himself had done. He remembered one time a company had actually tried to claim credit for writing the Ika Ika novels, which there were not only over 256 issues out at the time, but was the largest series of books on the planet. Naruto also remembered how he had not only sued their ass for all they were worth under his assumed name, leaving them completely penniless, but also managed to prank them by setting up firecrackers in their toilets to explode on the last day of their company's life. Ah, good times. Shina, he had the opposite type of power that I had. Naruto blinked at the voice and turned his attention back towards the trembling girl on his lap. She was still looking quite distraught. Her eyes were red and puffy from crying, and her nose was leaking some fluids. She did look better than she had a few seconds ago, thankfully, and was at least no longer crying. The opposite. I see. That made sense, actually. If this Sekirei had the opposite power of Kusano, then he was the perfect balance to the girl when her powers ran out of control. Naruto had already noticed that the Mokuton, which was what he had decided to call her abilities for lack of a better term, using girls' powers were unstable. They seemed to activate against her will based on how high her emotions were running. That was also the reason the Arboretum became the way it was. He had been told all about how one of the other Ashikabas had tried to force Kusano into a winging. Undoubtedly the trees and plants had responded to the girl's will and grew until they had been large enough to protect her from being winged. So if this Shina had the opposite power Kusano had, then it would be death. It was hard to say seeing as how he had never met this Shina before. However, Kusano's power, from what he had been able to discern from looking at the Arboretum before it was destroyed, was life. She had the ability to make any type of flora grow at a rate that seemed capable of putting Senju Hashirima's own control with trees to shame. There was an old legend of his people about how the Shodaime Hokage had used his Mokudan Jutsu to create the forest that Konoha had resided in before its untimely demise. It had taken the man 6 days to create, and at the end of it he was exhausted to the point of being bedridden. Kusano had made that forest within hours, and she had been in there for several days afterward without food, water, or sleep. Even then, after just a few hours rest and a good meal she had been in perfect health. Perfect enough health to get her wings at least. So if Shina had the opposite power that Kusano did, then it was probably death. A scary thought. Naruto wasn't even sure what the power of death would include, but it sounded like the ability to indiscriminately kill anyone and anything no matter how powerful they may be. Perhaps he would even be able to kill Naruto himself, at least if the blonde's theory was accurate. He looked over at the girl again. Was that why she was so sad? Because her friend had murdered her creations. Well, children did have a tendency to cry when someone destroyed something they had worked at building. He had seen a number of children bawl their eyes out when they had their sand castles destroyed at the beach by other children. And Kusano was connected to the trees, right? So it would probably make her feel even worse. Naruto was snapped out of his wondering when he heard Kusano speak again. What should Ku do? She asked, her voice changing from sad to frantic. The eternal shinobi looked at the girl with slight worry. Without Shina to help, Ku-chan is all alone. Ah. So that was it. Kusano wasn't sad that her plants were destroyed, but was worried that she would lose control over her powers once again. He was somewhat surprised, but in a way, her words made sense. If she and Shina were friends, then they had likely grown up in the labs together, most likely due to their complementary powers. And if that were the case, then this was not the first time Sheena had been needed to keep the Green Girl's powers under control. Looking at things from that perspective, Naruto saw MBI's recent actions in a new light. Both Kusano and Sheena had still been in the labs. Homura had told him that Kusano was not supposed to have been released from the labs for some time due to her powers still being erratic, and with MBI needing to take care of the overabundance of plant growth, they had sent the one person capable of dealing with it in the fastest manner possible. From this new point of view, MBI taking the credit made sense. They may not have been responsible for the destruction of the Arboretum directly, but they had sent the one who was. That did bring a few new issues to the fore, but Naruto could think about how to deal with them later. Right now he had to help the still frantic girl in his arms. Hey now, what do you're all alone? Naruto asked the question rhetorically, his tone lighthearted. Kusano looked up at him, her large green eyes even wider than usual, and he gave her a soft smile. I'm here. Even if he couldn't decide whether or not he wanted to be, he was still here. And even if he was confused about this whole situation, the fact that he didn't want this girl to be so sad remained. In for a penny, in for a pound is the relatively new, to him, saying went. And so is Akatsu-chan, Musubi-chan, Mia-chan and Uzume-chan. Naruto paused, then blinked. Kagari-san is here too, but I don't know if he's any good with kids. Behind them, Mia heard this, commented and covered her mouth with the sleeve of her kimono as she giggled. Naruto paused to eye the woman, who merely smiled back, before shaking his head and turning to look back down at Kusano. The point is, Naruto continued in what could almost pass for a lecturing tone. That you're not alone. All of us are here for you, and we'll help you in any way we can. Really? Kusano sniffed, her big, puppy dog eyes looking at him with hope and happiness. Really, Naruto said. Oh Oni-chan. Kusano cried out happily as she wrapped her arms around the blonde's neck in a tight squeeze. Naruto found himself very glad that this child was a simple type and not a fist type like Musubi. With her powers still needing to be adjusted, a hug from her might have actually damaged something. Ku-chan is so happy. Promise Ku-chan that you'll stay with me forever. Naruto's breath hitched at the words. It had not been so long ago that he had asked Musubi to make him that same promise. It also brought back all of the fear he had been feeling since he had become an Ashikabi. It was the one reason he was still so confused about what he should do about this situation, the one reason he was still undecided of just how much he should allow himself to feel for these people, and the one reason he didn't enjoy being bonded to them as much as he probably would have were circumstances otherwise. He could easily spend the rest of Kusano's life with her. It was a promise well within his capabilities to keep. The problem was, would she and by extension the other Sekireis be able to spend the rest of his life with him? It was a question without an answer. Naruto still knew very little about Sekirei. He knew they all had power, abilities beyond the human norm. He knew that some could control the elements while others seemed to have gained a massive boost in physical power, and he knew that they could bond with certain people. Beyond that, Naruto had very little idea on what these Sekirei were. On top of that, Naruto was an anomaly. An immortal that had lived for thousands upon thousands of years, a man whose own era had been ravaged by the sands of time. Even if Sekireis had been a well-known entity for years, he had set something that was and would always be unprecedented. Which meant the one question he had, the question that burned in the back of his mind and longed to be answered, the question that he also feared the answer of, would only be solved by him, through a trial by fire, so to speak. Would a Sekirei bound to an immortal Ashikabi allow them to share in his immortality? XOX. A movie. Yeah, I thought we could all go to the movie theater and watch a movie together. Naruto's sweat dropped when he saw that Musubi had a confused look on her face, left index finger placed below her lower lip and head tilted to the left as she stared at him with an owlish expression. A movie is like those television shows we watch together, only longer, and it's played on a much bigger screen. He deadpanned, and sighed when the proverbial light bulb lit up in the girl's mind. Oh, I get it. Musubi said excitedly, pounding a fist into the palm of her other hand. That sounds so fun. We should definitely go. Naruto grinned at the girl and stifled a chuckle. The blonde had almost forgotten that Musubi had only been living outside of the labs for a few days. On top of that, she was incredibly naive and knew next to nothing about the world outside of the labs, so of course she wouldn't know what a movie was. Shaking his head, Naruto turned to look at his other two Sekirei. What about you girls? He asked. Do you all want to go see a movie? Ku-chan wants to go. Kusano shouted as she raised her hand in the air and jumped up and down. She looked like a spring with her constant motion. Take Ku-chan with you. Akatsu tilted her head, slowly pondering the question. I would like to go too, she said with a nod. Naruto nodded his own head, even as he berated himself for overthinking things so much. He had been so worried that he would be unable to find anything they could all do together and enjoy, that he had completely forgotten that all of them had grown up in a lab. They had never gone to the movies theaters before, never gone on picnics, except Musubi now, and Akatsu and Musubi were the only two who had been to the mall before, and that had been to shop, not spend time with friends and family. The blonde almost found himself annoyed with how much he was overthinking everything. Was this a byproduct of being thousands of years old? As Naruto shook himself down, chalking his over-analyzing of the situation to old age, he caught sight of Mia. The Lavenderette was sitting at the head of the table, sipping some tea and watching the events playing out between Naruto and his Sekirei with a smile. She seemed to be enjoying watching his life, and the blonde couldn't help but wonder if perhaps she thought the situation he found himself to be like something she might watch on television. As he watched the woman out of the corner of his eyes, an idea came to him. The blonde smiled as he turned to look at Mia fully so he could speak to her. What about you, Mia-chan? He asked, and when the woman holding his attention tilted her heads at his words, realized she might not know what he was talking about. Thus he made sure to elaborate. Would you like to come with us? In his mind, the idea made sense. It had only been 4 days since he had first met Mia, and unlike with his Sekirei, Naruto did not have the benefit of being able to feel their emotions over a powerful bond that transcended physical boundaries in a way that should not be possible. It would be a good idea to get to know the woman who owned the boarding house he and his girls were living in. Also, there was just something about Mia that made him want to know her better. She was like him. Not that she was immortal or anything like that. The similarities between the two was not so drastic, and he would have known if there had been another immortal in this world besides him. He was sure they would have met at some point in their life before now. She was like him in another way, one that was much more fundamental than immortality. Regret. He had seen it in her the moment he had first laid eyes on the woman. It was in the way she walked, in each movement she made, in the way she would help his Sekirei, in her actions, her voice. It was such a fundamental part of her that Naruto could almost believe she had been born with the emotion. Something very tragic must have happened in her life to leave such a large scar. And it was in that way that they were both similar. The scars they bore were of a much more emotional nature than others, not visibly able to be seen by the naked eye. Mia seemed surprised for a second. She stared at him, blinking as a baffled expression crossed over her face. It was not a look one would see often on the kind and patient woman's face, which made Naruto savor the look as if it were a fine wine. Hey, he hadn't pranked anyone for 1,000 years. Cut him some slack. Yes, you. Do you know of any other Miyas that live in this house? Asked Naruto, his voice teasing. Mia pouted for a second before her congenial smile was back in place. She placed her hands on her cheeks and looked at him with a look the blonde had come to recognize as the opening sequence of her return fire. Oh my, is Uzumaki-kun asking me on a date when he's already surrounded himself with beautiful women? She asked, her face adopting a look of mock disappointment. It seems as if my house is being turned into a den of debauchery and misconduct. Not only has Uzumaki-kun stolen the hearts of these poor young women, he now seems to have set his sights on me. Whatever would my dear husband think? Your husband would probably tell you to make up your mind already, Naruto commented with a sniff. And I have no clue what you're talking when you say, den of debauchery, he added with a smile. So far Musubi-chan, Akatsu-chan and myself have been very good about following all of your house rules. That is true, Mia admitted with a look that said she was contemplating her next move. However, she paused, turning her attention to Kusano who had begun releasing a fu sound as she glared at Naruto with childish anger. How come Oni-chan only mentioned Aki-chan and Mu-chan? She demanded, her tiny hands clenching themselves into fists as she placed them on her hands and gave Naruto an imperious look. Ku-chan wants Oni-chan to mention her when he talks about his Sekirei. It was the demand of a little girl who apparently did not like to be left out of things. I'm sorry, Ku-chan, Naruto apologized, placing a hand on her head. This was not quite to be the best thing to do, as Naruto could attest to when Kusano tried to bite him. Fortunately, he removed his hand before she could do so, eyeing the girl warily before smiling again. From now on, Oni-chan will mention Ku-chan whenever he talks about Aki-chan and Mu-chan, okay? He offered, using the childish tone of speaking in the third person to answer the girl. Promise? Asked Kusano, still glaring at him. Promise of a lifetime, Naruto answered. The little girl glared at him for a moment more before beaming at him. Satisfied that her Oni-chan would no longer leave her out of a conversation, she latched onto his legs like a leech, looking up at him with a bright smile. Naruto returned to look, before returning his attention to the still smiling Mia. With their moment of banter broken by Kusano, he decided to just get to the point. So, you interested in heading out with us? For a second, Mia looked like she was truly thinking about doing just as he asked, joining him and his Sekir for an outing to the movies. The finger holding her cheek twitched, a sign that she was actually interested in possibly doing something that did not involve cooking, cleaning, or any other household chore. However, a moment later, when it appeared she might give into temptation, the Lavenderette shook her head. I would love to go see a movie with all of you, however, I still have some things that I need to get done here. Her smile widened, forcing her eyes closed. Besides, I wouldn't want to be a bother. And it looked like she was similar to him in another way as well. She had accepted Naruto and the others into her house, had offered to spar with Musubi, made friendly banter with him, helped him look after Kusano, and had even begun making sure that Akatsu was wearing panties. Yes, the ice user still occasionally forgot to wear underwear, though she had gotten better. Yet, despite all her kindness, despite all her willingness to help others, she remained determined to keep her distance. Did he really act like this as well? Maybe, probably. Naruto knew that when he had first met Musubi his only intention, after deciding that he didn't want to feel guilty for seducing the incredibly naive girl, was to help her find her ashikabi and then leave caring for the fist fire to them. Once he ended up being bonded to the girl, he had tried, sort of, to keep his distance. It was hard, maybe even impossible to truly do as he suggested, and Naruto had resigned himself to simply letting Musubi. He would be her ashikabi, but he would keep himself as emotionally detached from the girl as possible. At least until he could find a way to break the bond. Now Naruto wasn't even sure he wanted to break the bond. They had only just me, but Naruto honestly felt better now than he had in thousands of years. His sleep was untroubled, the feeling of waking up to two beautiful women was very pleasant, and the constant thrum of his Sekirei's emotions in the back of his mind soothed his troubled emotions in ways he had never experienced. The fact was, as much as he may deny it, as much as he may fear it, he enjoyed being bonded. Even if, just like the women he had seduced when his loneliness became too much to bear, this was only a temporary reprieve from his own personal hell, a part of him wanted to welcome these feelings with open arms. Naruto sighed. There he went again, over-analyzing everything. He really was going to need to start meditating some more. But for now, he had a woman to convince to come with him. If Naruto was going to try and make at least some effort into this whole bonded business, then the least Mia could do was make an effort at being more than just the landlady of their boarding house. How many times do I have to tell you, you could never be a bother? He looked at the purple-haired beauty with a fox-like smile, in which his whisker marks stretched so wide they gave him a very kitsune-ish appearance. You're our friend, this is simply something that friends do together. Mia looked at the young man, her respect for him going up several notches. Since their first meeting she had been very impressed by him. He was confident yet humble, respectful yet playful, calm but also capable of being just as enthusiastic as his first Sekirei. He was also strong, and not just in the physical sense. She already knew he was powerful physically, she had seen him lifted several hundred pounds worth of furniture with one hand, so she was well aware of his strength. The strength she was talking about was an inner strength. She could still remember the first morning after Naruto and Musubi had come to Izumo Inn, the day they had gone on a picnic and brought Akatsu back with them. She had seen his eyes, tired, aged eyes that should not be on a person who looked so youthful. They were the eyes of someone who had lost everything. She could only imagine what Naruto had suffered through to gain those eyes. How much had he lost to have such a bitter look? Despite whatever loss he had weighing on his soul, the man continued to keep himself together, continued to smile and laugh and love. God only knew how long he had been carrying around whatever baggage weighed him down, yet he still managed to keep going, to keep living. He didn't let his past drag him down, and it was that strength of character that Mia respected the most about him. He truly was an amazing young man. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to take a break every now and then, Mia admitted slowly. She looked at the three Sekirei. Musubi was following the conversation with an earnest look. No doubt she was hoping the landlady who had sparred with her would join them. Akatsu was staring at Naruto, but then, she was always staring at Naruto, so that was to be expected. And Kusano, she just looked confused, staring from Naruto to Mia and switching back and forth between the two. Very well then, I'll go with you all to the movies. Yada. Musubi threw her hands up and cheered. The other two were much less enthusiastic in showing their pleasure. Well, Akatsu wasn't, but then again, she rarely ever expressed any emotions at all. The girl only ever displayed any form of emotion when around Naruto, at least if intense staring could be considered an emotion. Kusano on the other hand was right with Musubi in the enthusiasm department. The two of them had even started dancing at some point, waving their hands up above their head as they moved in some form of dance that looked like it had started off as a hula dance and degenerated from there. The sight of the two females, one a child and the other a child at heart, caused Mia and Naruto to share a look and a couple of chuckles. With the decision to see a movie decided, the group made their way down the hallway to the rooms of the other two tenants at Izumo Inn. After all, it would be rude not to invite them as well. Their first stop was Kagari's room. Unlike Naruto and Uzume, Kagari's room was on the first floor, located on the opposite side of the hall as Mia's room. When they got there, Naruto knocked on the door several times before waiting. They knew that the white-haired male had not left the house yet as it was still morning and neither of them had seen him leaving his room except when he came down for breakfast. But he had gone back up so quickly none of them could say much to him. The sound of footsteps came from behind the door, before it opened and revealed the person they wanted to speak with. Kagari was not looking very good. It wasn't immediately obvious, but Naruto caught several discrepancies in his figure and form since they had first met. The easiest thing to spot was the light sheen of sweat on his skin, as well as the unhealthy pallor it had. Kagari was fair-skinned, but at the moment it looked very pasty. He was also looking slightly flushed, his cheeks were stained with red, and his breathing was a tad heavier than normal. Along with that was the fact that his clothes were a mess. His shirt was untucked, the top 3 buttons had been undone, his clothing had wrinkles in it. The once professional and cool look the fire user had worn since they had met was all gone, leaving this sickle man in his place. Hello. He said, grimacing a bit. Naruto caught sight of him rubbing his chest from behind the crack in the door. Can I help you guys? Are you alright, Kagari-san? Naruto asked. He was honestly beginning to get worried for the man. After that first day they had met, Kagari had been looking worse and worse. At first Naruto had simply thought the man was sick, but now he was beginning to think there might be another reason he was looking so terrible. I'm fine, Kagari told him. I've just been feeling under the weather. He lied, and Naruto knew it was a lie. Within just a few days the man's condition had steadily grown worse. Still, it was obvious that the fire user had no desire to tell anyone what was wrong with him, and Naruto was not one to butt into another person's personal business, so he would leave the situation be for now. Are you sure you're alright, Kagari-san? Asked Mia, her voice sounding worried as she looked him over with a concerned eye. You're beginning to look awfully pale these days. Gee, thanks Mia, Kagari tried to joke, though it came out with more sarcasm than intended. He flinched a bit when Mia's frown grew, and tried to reassure the woman. Really, I'll be fine. I just need some rest. Well, that settled in Naruto's mind. I see, the blonde said. That's too bad, we were all planning on seeing a movie and were hoping you would join us. He looked Kagari over once more and almost winced with sympathy. The man really was looking terrible. But since you're not feeling very well, we'll leave you to get your rest. Despite himself, Kagari eyed the group with undisguised curiosity. In particular, he looked over at Mia, his left eyebrow raised in a question. The purple-haired beauty seemed to understand what he was asking, because she just smiled and gave him a mild shrug as if to say, "Yes, I am going with them." "Sorry to disappoint you guys," he told them, and he actually sounded genuinely apologetic. "I would love to come with you, but I haven't been feeling very well. I don't think it would be a good idea." "I figured as much," Naruto replied with a sigh. "Alright, I guess we'll see you later. I hope you get better, Kagari-san." "Thanks," Kagari said, then added, "Oh, and have fun at the movies." "We will." When the group began to walk off, Kagari closed the door and locked it. Turning around, he leaned against the door frame, his knees giving out as he slid down onto his backside. He released a shaky breath, and tried to regulate his breathing as he clutched at his chest. Why? That was the only thing he could ask himself. Why now? And why him? It was not Naruto's fault, and he didn't blame the man, well, not completely. Had Naruto never arrived, he would have never started feeling this way. But it wasn't like Naruto had intended for this to happen, it wasn't like Naruto even knew what was really happening. That still didn't change his question. Why? XOX. So what movie are we going to go see? Asked Uzume as she walked with the other 5 people beside her. After Kagari had turned them down, the pair had gone to Uzume's room, and after waking the beautiful Sekirei up, had asked her if she wanted to go with them. The young woman had agreed readily, having not actually done something like gone to the movies before. Not even with her own ashikabi. That thought made her pause for a moment, as a wellspring of sadness welled up inside of her. But she deftly shoved the feelings down. Right now there wasn't anything she could do for her ashikabi, all she could do was hope and pray. I'm not sure yet. I don't know what movies they have playing and didn't want to make a decision that you guys might contest. So I just figured we would decide when we get there. Naruto looked over at her from where he was walking and smiled as he answered her question, earning a nod and a smile in return. Much to the envy of every single male they passed, the blonde Uzumaki was in the direct center of the mass of female flesh. Kusano was sitting on top of him, riding on his shoulders with a large smile on her face and her hands gripping onto his blonde locks to keep from falling. On either side of him were Akatsu on his left, and Musubi on his right, with Mia and Uzume just a few paces ahead and behind him respectively. That was a thought that brought no end of amusement to Uzume as she spotted the many people they were walking past. Nearly every single guy they went by seemed to be having a hard time not displaying their emotions like an open book. They also seemed to have a hard time determining which type of emotion to display. Envy at seeing Naruto surrounded by so many beautiful young women, or lust at seeing so many beautiful young women in the first place. Most of them seemed to settle on a mixture of both. He hasn't even been in the game for long and yet he already has 3 Sekireis, she thought to herself as her eyes settled on the blonde, who was saying something to Kusano about helping her grow a garden in the backyard. His words seemed to make the little Sekirei insanely happy as Uzume heard a cry of, "I love you, Oni-chan," from the little blonde girl. Granted, I can see why. And she could. Aside from his looks, which were admittedly exotic and handsome, not pretty boy handsome like Kagari, but a more rugged kind of attractiveness, he was also very easy to get along with. The people he met just seemed to be naturally drawn to the blonde man, even Mia seemed utterly taken in by Naruto's easygoing personality. She would use the moth to a flame analogy but didn't really feel that it could truly describe the Ashikabi's ability properly. There was just something about him that made others want to befriend him. She couldn't put her finger on it, but if I didn't already have an Ashikabi I probably would have bonded to him as well, she thought to herself. Not that she was unhappy, while she was hurt that she couldn't be with her Ashikabi every day like Musubi and the others were, she loved her Ashikabi very dearly. At the same time she could unbeasedly see why Naruto had managed to gather 3 Sekirei to him in such a short amount of time. He truly was an impressive person. XOX. After arriving at the movie theater, the group had gotten into a small debate about what movie they should see. Naruto was interested in seeing the new Underworld movie that had just come out, By extension and simply because her ashikabi wanted to see it, Akatsu had decided she wanted to see that movie as well. Uzume wanted to see 16 Love, while Musubi and Kusano had wanted to see Joyful Noise. It had created a small problem with the group as all of them wanted to see different movies. At least until Mia had bashed each one of them on the head with the sheath of her katana, which she somehow managed to convince the people working there to let her take with her, and told them they were going to see Sherlock Holmes, A Game of Shadows. And that was that, because when Mia wanted something, she got it one way or another. Even Naruto was unwilling to cross the woman when she decided something. Not that any of them could complain. The movie had been very good, witty and humorous, with a good plot and many nice twists and turns as Robert Downey Jr. played Sherlock Holmes and tried to defeat his arch-nemesis, Professor James Moriarty alongside his companion Watson. The only problem they had was the seating arrangements. Once again there was the small issue of who would sit where. It was really only a problem for Akatsu, Musubi, Kusano and of course, Naruto, who the argument, if it could be called that, was about. All three of the Sekirei wanted to sit next to Naruto. The problem was that there were only 2 seats and 3 women, or 2.5 if you wanted to be specific. Both Akatsu and Musubi felt it would only be right to allow Kusano to sit next to their ashikabi. She was a child after all and it just didn't feel right not to allow the girl to be with the blonde, whom she had grown rather attached to since he rescued her. Of course, both of them also wanted to sit next to Naruto, and it had looked like it might actually come to blows between the two. Thankfully Naruto and Mia had solved the problem. 2 lumps on the head later Naruto had been sitting in his seat, Akatsu and Musubi on either side of him while Kusano found herself perched on the blonde's lap. After that small altercation they, and everyone else who had been in the theater, were able to enjoy the movie in peace. Eventually, the movie ended and the group left the theater to begin their walk home. That movie was so good, Musubi stated the moment they had left the sanctity of the theater. She had been the one who had enjoyed watching the movie the most, laughing during the funny parts, gasping during the moments of suspense. She had been particularly enamored with the unusual way Holmes had used his deductive powers to fight. Sherlock Holmes was so cool. Did you guys see how he fought? There you go. Yes, Musubi-chan, Naruto said with a resigned smile. We were all watching the movie as well. He had to admit he rather liked the movie. Sherlock Holmes had been an interesting character. The fact that he was based on a person who actually existed, Dr. Joseph Bell, a man that Naruto had actually met during one of the times he had spent in London, had helped the blonde draw up comparisons between the two men. They were surprisingly similar, though the Holmes in this movie had been a lot more, well, eccentric, than the man he was based off of. So what did you think of the movie, Akatsu-chan, Ku-chan? Asked Naruto as he tried to include the other two in the moment. Ku-chan really liked the movie, Kusano said from atop the blonde's shoulders. They were all like, bang, bang, and then they were like, whoosh. The girl took her hands off Naruto's head to make wide gesticulations to emphasize her many sound effects. And that guy was really funny, though Ku didn't really understand some of the things he was talking about. What elementary, Oni-chan? Do you think Musubi could learn to fight like that? Asked the fist fighter, barely even paying attention to the conversation Naruto was now in with Kusano. Elementary was nothing more than a catchphrase, Ku, Naruto explained to the little girl. It was really just his way of expressing his ability to accurately solve a case using logical reasoning and incredible observational skills. Oh, okay, Kuzan said, then paused. What's logical reasoning and observational skills? She asked, making Naruto sigh. I don't think anyone can actually fight like that, Musubi, Uzume said with a grin. And you're not really the time to think things through like that. You're more of the dash in and try to hit them before they hit you type of fighter. You think so? Musubi asked, tilting her head to the side as the small slight against her went right over her head. After a moment, she shrugged. I guess you're right. Still, she smiled. It would be so cool if I could fight like that. You're all so lively, Mia said, giggling into her hand as she listened to the very conversations going on around her. Not regretting that you came with us to see the movies, Mia-chan? Asked Naruto once he got finished explaining logical reasoning and observational skills to the little girl riding on his shoulders. This had required him to actually start explaining what logic and observation meant to the tiny sprite in a way that she would understand. Considering Naruto often had a habit of over-analyzing and overthinking just about everything, this was a lot harder than it looked. Mia favored him with a grateful smile. I must thank you, Uzumaki-kun, for insisting that I come with you, she said. It has been a long time since I have allowed myself to go out simply for the sake of going out. I'm glad to see you had fun. Naruto allowed his more charming side to come out to play, though toned it down quite a bit for the sake of not wanting to make an attempt at seducing the woman. Or of her thinking he was trying to seduce her. The last thing he needed was for the woman to actually think he was attempting to get into her pants and using the sword still in her hands against him. You're always doing so much around the house that it can't be healthy. It's good to get out every now and then. If you say so, Mia said, smiling a smile that Naruto was beginning to recognize with quite a bit of ease in spite of having only met recently. It was the look she gave right as she was about to begin her teasing, normally by either commenting on his lustful urges, or how was trying to, in her terms, take advantage of a poor widow like her, their mere thought of which caused him to snort. The only way someone would try and take advantage of Mia was if they had a death wish. The expected teasing never came, however. Mia had stopped walking and was tilting her head slightly, a frown on her face. She looked around, as if sensing something that had yet to reveal itself and was now trying to search it out. Naruto, Musubi, Akatsu, and Uzume all stopped walking as Mia turned around. It seems we have guests. Naruto turned to look at where Mia's head was already turned. The people she was referring to were not that difficult to find. In fact, they were a remarkable contrast to everyone else around them, much like Naruto's group. There were 3 of them. The first one Naruto took notice of was the man in the middle of the group. He was dressed in a black and white very formal and expensive business suit, the kind used by rich executives of large corporations. He had dark hair cut to a moderate length, and it looked like it had been professional styled, and when combined with his outfit and glasses he gave Naruto the impression of a secretary of some kind. The other 2 were female. The first one was wearing a large brown cloak that covered her body completely, disguising both her appearance and gender. The only reason Naruto could tell the figure was female was from her smell. It was a skill Naruto had picked up during his lifelong tenure as a wanderer. By enhancing his nose with chakra, he could detect and track a scent on a magnitude of 100 times better than the best ninja dogs that had been used by the Inuzuka clan. It was bit difficult at first, with so many other scents in the area Naruto had a hard time of picking out which one was hers. Already several powerful scents were blocking his nose, Musubi's strange animalistic smell, though he couldn't tell what type of animal, the smell of a garden coming from Kusano, fresh linen from Uzume, wintergreen or perhaps spearmint from Akatsu, and the scent of blood that hung around Mia. He didn't know what those smells meant, perhaps they had something to do with their powers, though if Mia was a Sekirei with power over blood then he did not want to know what she could do. Whatever the case was, the cloaked figure before him smelled of a mixture of steel, female arousal mixed with bloodlust coming off of her. Judging her based off of those smells she was definitely a Sekirei, and perhaps a weapons user if the scent of steel were any indication. The other was a young-looking girl dressed in a white midriff bearing no-sleeved shirt and tie. She had on long dark gloves, and coming down from beneath her top were what appeared to be dark suspenders attached to black short shorts. Naruto felt himself tense as the man continued to approach him. This was obviously another Ashikabi, and it was clear the man was here for him. But why? What reason could this man have for wanting to approach him? Was he hoping to do battle? If so then that wasn't a wise choice. He was outnumbered, with Akatsu, Musubi, and Kusano. Naruto had 3 Sekirei to this man's 2. He was sure that Mia and Uzume would help him if the situation demanded it. No, wait. Naruto looked around and frowned when he saw that Uzume had disappeared. Where had she gone off to? She had been here just a few seconds ago. He was left with no more time to ponder the situation when the man stopped just a few meters from him. The 2 Sekirei that had been at his side stopped several feet behind him, perhaps a sign that he was not here to fight but merely talk. The business-suited man didn't seem to have any intention of moving from that spot as he looked Naruto over with a superior expression Naruto would recognize anywhere. Sasuke had worn that look often enough. After studying him further, the man casually dismissed Naruto to look at the others that were with him. Kusano shrank under the man's gaze, while Musubi merely looked at him curiously. When the man's eyes landed on Akatsu they narrowed. She was doing what she usually did, stare at Naruto. The ice user was not even paying attention to him beyond the first glance she had given. When the man's eyes landed on Mia they frowned, then blinked. He didn't look quite sure what to make of the formally dressed beauty with the sword. Eventually, he refocused on Naruto, and the blonde's previous thoughts came true when the man used the middle and index finger of his right hand to push his glasses further against his nose, an arrogant smirk on his face, and began to talk. You are the one they are calling the miracle worker that everyone is talking about, yes? He asked, even his tone sounded derisive. For a moment, Naruto did nothing, busy as he was trying to overcome the sudden urge he felt to kill this man. That tone, that smirk, and that god-forsaken way he had pushed his glasses was so reminiscent of someone had grown to hate. I decided I wished to be like you as well, Naruto, and for that reason, with Lord Orochimaru now integrated into this body, I plan on finding a new me, one stronger than Lord Orochimaru himself. Finding a new me, that is the lesson you taught me. Naruto almost physically shivered with rage as that man's voice entered his head. That man, who he hated more than anything else in this world. Even now, the blonde was almost tempted to use the Edo Tensei to revive that man just so he could torture him for all eternity. It was only because he was starting to get the hang of controlling his wayward emotions that the blonde limited his physical reaction for the man in front of him to stiffening. Miracle worker? He asked, tasting the words. Though his tone sounded merely curious, Naruto was still having some difficulty fighting back his hatred. In an effort to keep himself from lashing out and doing something foolish, he pondered the words as he tried to derive their meaning. It sounded like some kind of title, though he could not figure out what the title meant by the name alone. This man appeared to believe he was this miracle worker, though, a fact which confused him since he had not done anything that he felt was noteworthy. At least nothing that anyone outside of his tenants and Sekirei know of. In fact, aside from the time he had rescued Kusano, he had not done anything that would have drawn attention to himself. Miracle worker? Musubi questioned as well, poking her lower lip with her index finger as she looked up at the sky. Is that like discretion? She asked, causing Naruto to almost snort with amusement. He was actually thankful for his Sekirei's inane comment. For some reason, her words had helped him quell the rage that had been burning in his gut at the sight of this man. You mean you don't know? The man didn't seem to know whether he should be amused or appalled by the blonde's lack of knowledge on this subject. His indecisiveness only lasted a moment before he decided on amused, though the look he gave Naruto was more condescending than anything else. Miracle worker is the title given to the Ashikabi who had managed to give the scrapped number her wings, he explained in a lecturing tone that sounded like he was explaining something fundamental to a child. Once more Naruto felt the urge to rip this man's face off. Kami, even his god-forsaken personality was like that mon's. That is you, is it not? He asked once again with a derisive sniff. My master, the Ashikabi of the East, Higa Izumi, is never wrong when it comes to gaining this kind of information. You are obviously the miracle worker, even if you do not recognize the title. My master is very interested in meeting with you. Another shudder almost became visible on Naruto. The way this man said, my master, in such sycophantic and obsessed way. Even that was similar to that mon's personality. It was almost enough to make him sick, though he did his best to visibly shove that aside and focus on the information this man had just given him. Naruto frowned at this new title and name. The Ashikabi of the East, he had no clue what that meant, though he could take a few guesses. His first clue was the ending word in the title. East. Ashikabi of the East. Its obvious meaning was that the man was an Ashikabi located somewhere in the eastern quadrant of the city. Since he had a title, then the man was most likely of some import to the Sekirei clan. Perhaps some kind of power behind the scenes or something. Whatever the case was, this Izumi Higa was obviously a powerful figure, especially since another Ashikabi was calling him master. Damn it. He had been expecting this to happen at some point, but not so soon. He wasn't ready for this kind of confrontation yet. He didn't have enough information, He didn't know anything about the other Ashikabi, the other Sekireis. He still wasn't even sure what the hell a Sekirei was. And worse, Naruto still didn't even know if he wanted to take part in this god-forsaken plan. He kept all of this to himself, however, showing none of what he was feeling on the inside. It had been a long time since he had really called himself such, but Naruto was a shinobi, a ninja, an assassin. And during his time as a Konoha shinobi he had grown to be one of the most adaptive ninja in the force. There was no situation he couldn't react to, no mess he couldn't adapt to. He might not have been on the ball when it came to rescuing Kusano, but he was going to make damn sure that the next time a dangerous situation arrived he would bring his A-game and... Wait. What did he say? What the hell is a scrap number? Asked Naruto as his mind came down from wherever the hell it had gone to. He hadn't been paying attention to that small piece of knowledge, too busy dealing with the other shocks he was going through, but now that his mind was actually beginning to focus on everything, bringing his A-game as it were, those words he had missed at first came back to him and made him pause. Ah! The sound of Akatsu's voice startled Naruto. Turning to look at the ice user along with everyone else, Naruto saw the woman looking down at her feet. That would be me, she finished quietly. It took Naruto a moment to realize what she had meant, but when he did his eyes widened. I am broken. I'm a failure. Those had been Akatsu's words when they had first met. Was this what she meant? He had assumed that the reason she had called herself broken was because she couldn't gain her wings from any normal Ashikabi. Was that what it meant to be a scrap number? Or was there some other meaning as well? Something more specific perhaps? A snort of derision made Naruto's head snap back to the man. You mean to tell me you didn't know? The business-suited man asked, a condescending smile on his face. You are quite ill-informed, it seems. Do you even know what it is you've gotten yourself mixed up in, boy? Naruto's lips became a thin line, and not just at the boy comment. This pretentious little shit was several thousand years too young to be calling him boy. And of course he didn't know what the hell it was he had gotten himself into. He had only been in this city for 5 fucking days. And he may have bonded himself to 3 Sekirei within that time frame, but that didn't mean he understood a goddamn thing about them. Musubi didn't seem to know anything about the Sekirei plan other than the fight, and fight, and fight slogan that Manaka had given him during their one video phone meeting. Come to think of it, that man's information had been next to useless as well. Akatsu wasn't a vast source of knowledge herself. He didn't know whether the ice user was just tight-lipped, didn't feel like talking, or it was just in her personality to speak as little as possible no matter the subject. Though Naruto would admit he was very sure it was the latter of those 3 possibilities, that still meant she wouldn't be able to give him the information he wanted. As for Kusano, well, she was a child. Enough said. Perhaps he should have questioned Mia in earnest. He was almost 100% positive that the woman knew something about the Sekirei plan. Naruto hadn't asked her because he wanted to be polite, even with the teasing they had started neither of them really knew each other. It wouldn't have been right to ask her, or so he had told himself at the time. Now he was regretting it. Of course I know what I've gotten myself into, Naruto lied with the kind of casual nonchalance that actually made the business-suited man pause. If it wouldn't have given away his poker face, the blonde would have smirked. The best way to bluff your way out of any situation is by presenting just the right amount of bluster with the correct lacing of confidence. It was a skill he had often used when blackmail didn't work against some of his more unruly black maileys. Well whatever, the man said at last, seemingly deciding that he didn't want to waste any time arguing that point with him. As I was saying before, my master would like to meet with you, he continued, and Naruto narrowed his eyes in thought. There were only a few reasons that this man's master wanted to meet with him, and only one of them made any sense right now. His master, this Izumi Higa, wanted him for some purpose, he wanted to use Naruto for something. Naruto hated being used. If your master wanted to speak with me then why isn't he here? Asked Naruto, almost visibly shivering with pleasure as he saw the man bristle at his blatant words. He would play this man's game for now to get the information he wanted, but that didn't mean he had any intention of actually letting this man dictate their moves. Naruto was an old hand at political double-speak in the art of the silver tongue. It was time he put those skills to use. And maybe he could have some fun poking at the prick's mental defenses while he was at it. Do not be so presumptuous. The man regained his bluster by snorting in contempt and pushing his glasses further up his nose. It looked like some kind of habit. Maybe it was a reflex action that all douchebags possessed. My master is a very busy man. You shouldn't assume that he will go out of his way to meet with you just because he wants to meet with you. Well, if that wasn't the most contradictory, ass-backwards sentence Naruto had ever heard. Still, he was able to get the gist of what this man was saying, and decided it was time to have some fun. Tilting his head and adopting an expression of innocent curiosity, he asked, "But if your master is too busy to meet with me, then how is he supposed to meet with me?" In a tone that was laced with mockery that completely contradicted the look on his face. From the way the man's body visible stiffened, and the twitching of the man's left foot, he had caught the slight Naruto made against his way of speaking and wasn't quite pleased. It almost looked like he would forego his, no moving from this spot, position to rush Naruto, but visibly held back. After taking a moment to regain his composure, which consisted of the man snorting derisively and pushing his glasses up his nose again, he spoke. My master has scheduled a time and place for this meeting, he said, and Naruto was pleased to note the barely held back anger in his voice. The meeting will be at noon next Saturday at Hayamaki Hospital. The man had apparently decided he'd had enough of dealing with Naruto, and was now trying to hurry this meeting along to a close. It's not every day that my master decides to meet with someone he doesn't know. I hope for your sake that you don't decide to snub my master's generosity. With that one last threat, the business-suited man, who Naruto realized he had now never gotten the name of, spun around and began to walk off. As he passed the two Sekirei, they once again took position on either side of him and followed suit. It wasn't until the man was gone that Naruto allowed his posture to sag slightly in a mixture of relief and exhaustion. Uzumaki-kun. Mia's voice rang in his ears and Naruto turned his head to favor her with a tired smile. Let's go back home, he said, his voice letting her know that he had no intention of talking about what had just happened. Mia actually looked startled for a moment, but a second later she settled down and gave him a compassionate smile. In silence, the small group began to walk home. Naruto. And of course it would be Musubi who broke the silent tension that had formed, having not even been aware of it in the first place. Yes, Musubi-chan. Naruto asked with a tired sigh. What does snub mean? Is that like discretion? No, Naruto just couldn't get a break. The group arrived home an hour later. The sun was still up, so it wasn't quite time to start dinner yet. Naruto planned on seeing if he could either help Mia with her cooking when she did, or hopefully take over kitchen duty for the day in order to be away from his Sekirei and everyone else so he could think. It was another surprising development about Naruto. He had always hated cooking when he was younger, preferring to stick with cup ramen when he had to eat at home. However, after the time of the shinobi came to an end and Naruto became a wanderer, he had picked up an appreciation for cooking. Being an immortal meant that Naruto had a lot of free time on his hands, and since he had so much free time, the blonde had picked up various hobbies, one of them being cooking. Originally, Naruto had learned how to cook in order to help him seduce women. Very few things seem to impress a woman than a man who can actually cook his own food and cook it well, a fact that he had proven time and time again throughout the ages. However, as time went on, Naruto began to truly enjoy the act of cooking in and of itself. Much like gardening, cooking was something that he could do himself. It was timeless, ageless, and the only thing that changed were the recipes and new dishes that came out. It also allowed him to think. Naruto's skills as a chef had gotten to the point where he didn't even need to think about what he was doing while making his way around a kitchen. He was so talented that he could allow his mind to wander as his instincts did all the work for him. When they entered the boarding house, Naruto noticed that Uzume's sandals were already resting off to the side of the front door. There was a loud bump coming from the dining room, followed by what sounded like shouting. Mia's head snapped in that direction as well. With a frown, he, Akatsu, Musubi, and Mia, with Kusano on his shoulders, made his way into the dining room where they discovered an unusual scene. Uzume was there, hands on her hips as she looked down at a pile of twitching clothes. It took Naruto to recognize the pile as Seo, mainly because it looked like he had face planted the ground. There was a large lump on his head that was distinctly recognizable as the results of physical violence. Seeing as to how Uzume was standing over him in an annoyed stance and the look on her face, she was most likely the culprit to the suspicious lump. Ow! Seo grunted as he pulled his face off the tatami mat and looked at Uzume with an annoyed twitch in his right eye. Damn it, Uzume, I said I was sorry. He winced as he touched the lump on his head. Did you have to hit me so hard? He asked with a whine. Of course I did, Uzume said, a very rare scowl on her face. Come to think of it, Naruto had never actually seen the woman scowl before. Ever. Removing her arms from her hips, the star-shirted Sekirei placed them under her bust. Only my Ashikabi allowed to grope me like that, her eyes narrowed, and you are most definitely not my Ashikabi. Well, at least now Naruto understood the woman's sudden hostility. He had never seen Uzume angry before, and truthfully had not thought she could actually get angry. But if there was one thing that he was coming to realize, it was that to a Sekirei, their Ashikabi was everything. His own Sekirei were the perfect example of that. Akatsu was completely subservient to him. Naruto didn't doubt that if he asked her to, she would jump off a cliff. Musubi seemed to hold the bond between Sekirei and Ashikabi as something almost spiritual, and Kusano, while she might not really understand the whole Ashikabi-Sekirei relationship, loved her Oni-chan with all her heart. Even the last thoughts of Yomi, the Sekirei Naruto had defeated, had been of her Ashikabi, calling out to him before she had shut down. I already told you it was an accident, Seo grumbled and complained, tenderly poking the lump on his head and wincing each time. Naruto found the small act of insanity amusing if nothing else. Right, Uzume drawled out, her voice so laden with sarcasm that it could not really be called sarcasm. Let me guess, your hand slipped. No, wait, I know. You tripped over a bump on the tatami mat and your hand just happened to reach out and grope my tits. Seo looked like he was about to respond, his mouth halfway open, when he froze. In fact, the entire room had frozen over as the dark, malignant presence of malice and hatred slithered into the dining room. Uzume and Seo's heads turned, slowly, oh so slowly, to face the source of this evil, their movements almost mechanic. It looked like they were trying to fight this strange compulsion but couldn't. It was instinct, after all, to look into the face of a predator even though you knew you shouldn't. Standing in the doorway, Mia looked at the pair with a beatific smile, her eyes crinkled shut. However, their eyes were not quite focused on the woman herself. Slithering out behind her, the clacking of wooden blocks, came the source of the corrupted presence. The purple Hanya mask hissed at them, its mouth open, tongue sticking out in a horrific display and its eyes bleeding profusely. Everyone was affected by the mask of terror to some degree or another. Akatsu had stiffened, her head turned away from the sight of supreme horror and the area around her began to fog over. Musubi had hidden herself behind Naruto, her hands clutching the back of his shirt as she peeked over the edge of his shoulders and around Kusano to look at Mia. As for the green girl herself, she had hidden her face in Naruto's hair and was clenching his golden locks so tightly he felt they might get ripped off his scalp. Uzume and Seo had the worst of it. Being the ones who Mia had her attention on, the two were faced to bear the full brunt of her mental torture. Seo had backed himself against the far wall, as far away from the lavender-haired woman as he could manage, even then he was still trying to press himself further against the wall. While Uzume had not moved from her spot, her own reaction was just as pronounced. She was sitting on the ground, her knees drawn up to her chest as she rocked back and forth muttering, "Oh God, its eyes are bleeding. I hate it when its eyes are bleeding." Uzume, Mia spoke in that delightful voice that sent shivers down the spine and froze the heart cold. Uzume froze, like an animal that knew the predator had seen it but hoped against hope that if they would just remain still, it would overlook them. Unfortunately for her, that wasn't the case here. The use of such crude language, especially in the presence of children, is strictly forbidden at Maison Izumo. Uzume said nothing, she looked like she was just a second away from needing a quadruple bypass soon due to her heart giving out. Fortunately that seemed to appease the vision of horror enough that it moved on to its next victim, leaving the busty Sekirei to almost sag in relief. "And you, Seo," Mia turned on the man, freezing him in his tracks. The way she said his name, drawing it out with a long-suffering and disappointed sigh, was almost as terrifying as the mask itself. Seo seemed to think so anyways, if the way his eyes darting about to search out an exit when she spoke was any indication. It seems you need another reminder that lewd actions towards others are strictly forbidden at Maison Izumo. With the fringe bangs of her hair covering the upper half of her face in shadows, all Seo could see was the evil smile that peeled back the woman's lips. Remember that while you are under this roof, you must always follow the rules. After all, you never know what might happen if you don't. SS sure thing, Mia, ahahaha, ahahaha. Seo stuttered and laughed the laugh of insanity. It was the kind of laugh someone had when they started to lose their mind, when their higher mental functions slowly eroded away, leaving nothing more than an empty husk. A vegetable. Fascinating. Mia blinked. The room blinked. As one, all the people there turned to find that sometime during Mia's lecture, Naruto had set Kusano on Musubi's shoulders and had moved just a few inches away from Mia so he could take a closer look at her Hania mask. So it's not just a method of visual terror but audio terror as well, he muttered to himself. His hand twitched, as if he wanted to poke and prod the mask with a stick, but was holding back for fear that doing so might break the technique. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully as he stared into the bleeding eyes of the terrifying spectacle. It also seems to have multiple variations of itself. The last one didn't have bleeding eyes, or the tongue, or the clacking and hissing. I wonder if this is some form of killing intent. Perhaps a killing intent-based illusion. Or is it even an illusion? Unable to resist the urge anymore, Naruto reached out with a hand to touch the vision of horror that had frozen everybody else in place. However, just as Naruto's fingers were about to reach the object of his fascination and everyone else's horror, it disappeared. No! Naruto shouted, his eyes widening. He turned to Mia with his specialized Chogeta Inu Inu no Mi, super large puppy dog eyes, a technique he had spent many years developing and perfecting 1 century when he had grown bored. It was the most fearsome jutsu in his arsenal, no female to date had ever withstood its might. And he could ill afford to have it fail him now. He had been so close. See, can you show it to me again? He asked, his lips quivering as he held his hands in a prayer sign in front of his face. Please. He wants to see it again. Uzume whispered in shock. He must have stones the size of baseballs, large, brass baseballs. It was a sentiment that everyone in the room seemed to agree with. At least, everyone in the room who knew what stones meant in this particular case. Mia tilted her head to the left, looking at him with a curious expression. After a moment, she slowly raised her right hand to her cheek and smiled at him. Oh. Mia pressed a hand to her cheek as her face took on a thoughtful look. Show you what again? She said, and if this were an anime, Naruto would have face faulted. This wasn't an anime, and so all Naruto ended up doing was stumbling as he lost his composure and his most feared jutsu of all time disappeared. Show me what? Naruto cut himself off, blinking several times as he looked at Mia in what could only be considered a combination of confusion, frustration, and desperation. But you made it, didn't you? He asked, ignoring the way both Uzume and Seo were waving their arms frantically at him in order to make his stop. I know you're the one who made that mask. Please, just let me see it for a few more seconds. As I said, I have no idea what you're talking about. Mia smiled beatifically at him. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the woman, an almost scowl forming on his lips. So this was how she wanted to play. Fine, two could play at this game. Naruto set himself in a pose, feet spread shoulder-width apart, left hand on his hip, right hand raised with the index finger point at Mia. He had a fierce look of determination on his face as he went into a pose that most would expect to find from the characters of a shonen manga. It was a pose he had used quite often in his youth, before manga had even existed, and it seemed to be making its comeback now. I'm going to learn that technique, he declared, eyes narrowing further until they were mere slits, making him look like a fox. It may not be today, it may not be tomorrow, it may not even be several weeks from now, but I am going to learn that technique, he finished, punctuating the last 3 words in emphasis of just how determined he truly was to learn the secrets behind Mia's Hania mask. Mia narrowed her own eyes, the normally calm face was now set in a look of challenge. Sparks began to fly from their eyes, striking each other within the small space between them and filling the air with the sound of crackling and the sizzling of ozone. It seemed that she was unwilling to let Naruto just take this technique. That was fine with him. He wasn't like those damned Uchiha, stealing techniques out of hand with those monkey marbles they called eyes. Unlike them, he could respect the amount of time and effort it probably took Mia to create that technique. But that didn't mean he was just going to ignore such an incredible ability. He would show her his respect by learning this technique through hard work. He would. Ah. Hey, you two. Get cut off by sound of someone speaking. Naruto and Mia both turned their heads, the looks they had been giving each other still in place as they looked at Seo, who took a step back at seeing the identical looks on the pair's faces. Yes, Seo, what do you want? Mia's melodious voice was complemented by Naruto's gruff response. Seo blinked as he looked back and forth between the two. He opened his mouth to say something, but closed it just as quickly. After another second, the gruff Ashikabi shook his head and gave the pair an amused look. You know, when you two do that identical thing it makes you look like an old married couple, he commented lightly, the previous fear he felt from the Hania mask having apparently vanished. Judging from the tone and manner in which he spoke of Mia so easily in spite of what he had just seen, the man must have been a pretty old acquaintance of the woman. He probably had a lot of experience with her technique. Naruto took note of that and stored it into the back of his mind for later perusal when he began working on his own technique. It seemed like prolonged exposure to Mia's Hanya mask diminished the effects. At the very least, those who had more experience with it were able to pull themselves together faster than those who had less experience. In fact, Uzume was beginning to recover again while Naruto's own Sekirei were still shaking in fear. Except for Akatsu, she was still looking off to the side surrounded by fog. Oh my, Mia pressed her hands against her cheeks. An old married couple, you say? Naruto was surprised when she gave the man an almost condescending look. It was something he had never seen on her before. Perhaps it would be best if the freeloader keeps his opinions to himself, she sniffed. Rather than be offended by the woman's words, Seo merely laughed, before turning to Naruto. Hey kid, fancy meeting you here. He greeted Naruto cheerfully, completely missing the way the blonde's right eye began to twitch. This was the second time someone used an euphemism with the implication that he was younger than them. Naruto knew he shouldn't let it bother him, he knew he looked young. Physically speaking, he had not aged a day since receiving his curse. If Naruto went to a doctor right now and received a full exam, all anybody would be able to deduce was that the blonde was a ridiculously healthy 18-year-old male with an immune system that put all others to shame. He knew that, and he knew that it meant people would assume he was a kid. But god damn it if it didn't piss him off when people acted like they were older than him. Seo, Naruto greeted with forced civility. I honestly didn't expect to meet you again, except for maybe on opposite sides of the Sekirei clan. Ha! The man barked out a laugh. I wasn't expecting to see you for a while either, much less here at Maison Izumo. He looked at Naruto with a casual look of calculated indifference. So I take it you winged the green girl then? He asked, his eyes glancing over to where Kusano was only just now getting over her case of the jitters from Mia's fearsome technique. Well, he shrugged before turning back to Naruto, not even giving said blonde a chance to confirm or deny his question. If you're staying at Maison Izumo then that can't be a bad thing. Thanks, I guess, Naruto replied easily. Getting his thoughts in order, the blonde was quick to bring up a point he had been wondering about. Seeing as how you managed to get into this house so easily, I can take it you're an acquaintance of Mia-chan's. Mia-chan. Seo blinked, before laughing. He looked over at the Lavenderette in both surprise and humor. You actually let him call you Mia-chan? He said, trying and failing not to laugh. In the end, the gruff-looking Ashikabi ended up holding his gut as his body shook with mirthful laughter. Naruto frowned at the response, wondering just what this man found so funny about how he addressed the landlady. Sure, Mia held that air most people associated with those who were to be given the utmost respect, but Naruto had never given any of the people he had known like that even a modicum of respect. At least, not in the way that most people do. And besides, Mia was lucky he hadn't decided to come up with a derogatory nickname for her like he had the others. I can't believe she let you call her that. Seo gasped, still in the throes of vengeful giggles. He seemed to have forgotten everything and everyone else in the face of this new and apparently hilarious development. The shrew must be going soft. And just like that the man speaking came to bite him in the ass. Co. Mia's voice warned the man of his imminent demise. At the sound of the woman's voice, the cold, creeping darkness began to once again encroach upon the room. Co gulped, his eyes widening in fear as he finally seemed to realize his mistake. However, like a man latching onto a lifesaver in the middle of a typhoon, Co was quick to point out the one thing that might save him. Insulting your host while inside of Maison Izumo is strictly forbidden. Wait. He squeaked, his voice sounding dangerously high-pitched. It was too bad Naruto didn't have a camcorder or at least a voice recorder on him, that would have been good blackmail material. Wait, Mia. He held up his left hand in a defensive gesture that really wouldn't have done anything in the face of Mia's horrifying technique. However, he seemed to have a trump card. Naruto's still watching you. And just like that the feeling was gone, the Hania mask, which had been just about to creep out behind Mia's lithe form disappeared as if it had never existed. The Lavenderette frowned, her eyes flickering from Co to Naruto as she pursed her lips in indecision. Co sighed, and made an exaggerated motion of wiping the sweat from his forehead. Ha! Thanks man, he said to Naruto with a smirk. It looked like the gruff Ashikabi was a lot smarter than he sometimes acted. He had been able to deduce that Mia would be unlikely to use her technique in the blonde's presence anymore now that she knew he was interested in learning it from just that small exchange. I owe you one, he continued, seemingly proud that he had managed to find a way to stop Mia from using her mask. Naruto frowned as he looked at Co. He didn't like being used by anyone. Still standing next to Naruto from their showdown, Mia huffed in annoyance that she wouldn't be able to enlighten Co on the proper way to treat your host. After a moment, Naruto's frown became a smile. You know, Mia, he said, his tone casual. I was thinking, we haven't been very good hosts. Mia blinked at him, her head tilting to express her confusion. Naruto's smile widened. I mean, Co came all this way over here just to see you, and we haven't even made him some tea yet. I was thinking, maybe I should go make some for everyone while you and he get reacquainted. Naruto spoke the last part with a smile he had been known for in his youth. A grin that stretched so wide his eyes were forced closed and his whisker marks stretched across his cheeks, giving him a very vulpine appearance. It was the smile of the long-forgotten prankster. After all, I'm sure you both have so much to talk about. The smile that Mia returned Naruto was almost identical, minus the whisker marks. Why yes, I do believe you are correct, Uzumaki-kun. Thank you for managing to catch and correct my oversight. It seems I will have to apologize for not being as attentive a host as I should have, she said appraising Ly, and Naruto got the feeling she was quite grateful for the chance to properly browbeat the scruffy Ashikabi before her without Naruto's presence interrupting her technique. Co paled as he realized where Naruto was going with this. His eyes darted left, then right, then centered on Mia. Aha, I actually need to be leaving soon. You see, I left my girls back home and didn't tell them where I was going. No doubt they're worried about me. I should really be getting along back to them so I can assure them I'm alright. So yeah. See ya. URK. Co tried to turn around and rush out the back door that led into the courtyard, only to freeze when Mia appeared directly behind him and placed a hand on his shoulder, her hold stronger than a steel bar. So, Musubi-chan, Akatsu-chan, Ku-chan, Naruto looked at his three Sekirei. Would you like to join me while I prepare some tea for our guest? Yes. I would love to. Musubi shouted as she threw her hands into the air above her head. Still sitting on her shoulders, Kusano also threw her hands up in imitation of the older Sekirei while giving out her customary, mmhmm noise. Akatsu was the only one who seemed to actually realize what was going on. Her eyes went from the shivering form of Co still in Mia's grip to Naruto, then she nodded slowly. Yes, she said. Then let's head over to the kitchen, Naruto said as he began his march, his three Sekirei following him. It seemed he was about to gain one more to his small party joining him on his mundane task when Uzume quickly fell into step with him. Hey bro, mind if I join you guys? She asked. It was clear that she had realized what was about to happen, and wanted to get the hell out of Dodge before Mia unleashed her reign of terror on Co. Not at all, Naruto replied with a smile. In fact, the more the merrier I say. Hey, Uzume gave out her customary chuckle as she sent the blonde a grateful smile. Thanks, she told him. You're welcome. As the group of 4 Sekirei and 1 Ashikabi left, Seo found himself getting desperate for some form of escape. He reached out to the retreating group as the door behind them closed, crying out to them in ever-increasing horror. Wait. You guys wouldn't leave me here, would you? Guys. Heal PPPP. XOX. You know, I think I'm going to take back all those nice things I said about you, Seo told Naruto as the blonde poured him a cup of tea and placed it in front of the man. He didn't even look at the cup as he grabbed it by the body and threw it back like it was alcohol and not a cup of tea. Naruto just smiled at him. Perhaps you should let this be an abject lesson for you, Naruto replied to the man's words mildly as he began pouring everyone else a cup of tea as well. When he finished setting everyone up, he poured himself a cup and sat down in his usual seat. Just like always, Akatsu was sitting on his left. She still looked a little wary, occasionally turning her intense gaze off him to look at the now unthreatening Lavenderette as if she would spontaneously bust out her mask at any second. It seemed that while the ice user never gave her surroundings much stock, Mia's mask of 1,000 terrors had terrified her enough that even the normally stoic and uncaring Akatsu was wary of her. On his other side, Kusano was sitting on his left, drinking a cup of orange juice through a straw instead of tea. She had already tried Naruto's and decided it was too yucky for her tastes. The green girl was sitting in between him and Musubi, who was pouting at not being able to sit next to her Ashikabi. She had tried to claim the seat on his left, but somehow, just as the excitable girl in shrine maiden garb was about to sit down, Akatsu had appeared in the spot. The action had given Naruto the sudden premonition that this particular issue of seating arrangements would be coming up with much more frequency. Uzume was sitting at the end of the table. This would have surprised Naruto, but he had correctly assumed that she simply didn't want to sit near Seo due to the whole breast groping incident that had happened before his arrival. Seo was sitting opposite of him. The man looked quite shaken. Mia must have gone much harder on him than she usually did. If the screams the blonde had heard coming from this room were any indication of just how intense it was, then Naruto wasn't sure he could blame the man. And speaking of the Lavenderette, Mia was once more sitting at the head of the table, casually sipping her tea as her perennial smile remained in place. She looked happy, much happier than she usually did. Naruto could only guess that she was inordinately pleased with herself for managing to truly to the fear of God into the scruffy Ashikabi. Of course, seeing the outcome just settled it in Naruto's mind. He was going to learn that technique even if it killed him. Oh yeah? Asked Seo with a sarcastic mutter. And what lesson is that? Naruto turned once more to look at the man. That Uzumaki Naruto does not take well to being manipulated by anyone, he replied, the answer getting a look from not only Seo but Mia and Uzume as well. Ha! The man laughed, the sound a bit forced as he shook his head. At least he was making a concerted effort towards overcoming the effects of whatever Mia had done to him. I guess I should have seen that one coming, he admitted with a shrug. You don't seem to be the type of person to put up with others' crap. Not unless I have to, Naruto replied with unusual solemnity. Seo laughed again, this time it sounded less forced. If the blonde was surprised by the scruffy Ashikabi getting his second win so soon, he didn't show it as he once more tried to get the answer he wanted to his curiosity. So how do you know Mia-chan? Mia-chan. The man looked like he was going to laugh again, but one look at Mia, whose smile went evil for just a second, had him thinking better of it. Seo shrugged as he turned his attention towards the blonde. I was actually friends with Takehito before he and Mia even met. Naruto blinked, nonplussed. You mean Mia-chan's husband? He asked. Yep. Seo began, a reminiscing smile forming on his face. Takehito and I were good friends in college. He was one hell of an upperclassman, the man admitted as he scratched the bottom side of his chin. The guy was a frickin' genius. Of course, the scruffy man continued. He was also a demon whose soul had been rotted, and he was a research idiot who couldn't handle anything besides his profession. As opposed to being a lazy nobody who can't hold a job to save his life, Mia shot back with a placid smile that belied her irritation. She didn't seem to like the fact that her husband's supposed best friend was saying such things about him. I believe being a research idiot as you call him is far better than being the scum of the earth. Naruto noticed with slight humor that she didn't deny her husband having the soul of a demon, there was probably a story behind that. Seo just laughed Mia's insults off as he turned back to Naruto and became a bit more serious, his smile turning a touch nostalgic with a hint of melancholy. Despite our difference, he was someone even a person like myself could easily get along with. When he wasn't busy keeping his nose stuck in his job. Not to mention he was probably the only person who could actually stand Seo-san, Mia added with a soft giggle. Seo just rolled his eyes at the lavenderette. Yes, Naruto decided, there was definitely a story behind all of this. He would have liked to hear it, but didn't want to intrude on what was probably painful memories. He sounds like an incredible person, Naruto said, thinking. This was really the first he had ever heard of Mia's late husband except for in passing. The blonde had never brought it up, not only because he had no desire to reopen old wounds, but also because it really didn't matter to him. While he would admit to being curious about Mia and her past, most of that was because of his surety in her involvement, or at least knowledge of, the Sekirei plan. Still, the news about the man she had married was interesting. Thinking along those lines, Naruto took a quick glance at Mia. The woman was calmly sipping her tea, and it looked like she was only paying marginal attention to the conversation going on around her. Naruto knew better though, he could see the way her eyes would occasionally flicker over to Seo, then him. No doubt she was cataloging every word that was spoken here. The blonde also took in the sight of her smile. While it held the same gentleness it always had, there was just a trace of regret, bitterness, and longing in it that had the blonde pausing. It was a look he recognized, since it was similar to one he wore quite often himself. Mia hummed in agreement to Naruto's words as she set her cup down. My husband truly was an amazing person. He was always willing to help others when they were in trouble, never turning away a person in need. She placed a hand over her heart. He is someone I will never regret knowing. Naruto took the time to observe Mia some more. The way she spoke was very familiar to him. He remembered a time so long ago when he had thought like that once. How long ago had that been? When he had been able to still remember the good times he had shared with his precious people before the memories began to leave a bitter taste in his mouth. It had to have been near the beginning of his new life after the war, before he knew he was cursed. That had been about 3,990 years ago, he thought. At least, it had to have been somewhere around that time. His perception of the past was blurry so he couldn't be sure. Although, Mia began again, gracefully hiding a smile behind the left sleeve of her kimono as she giggled lightly. It does sadden me to know that my husband was forced to spend his time with scum like Seo even when we were together. Ouch, Seo muttered, though he seemed to take the insult with a grain of salt. To Naruto, it looked like he had gotten so used to Mia making comments like this that he had gotten so used to it to the point where he simply shrugged the heavy words off. Such harsh words, Mia, he whined. Do you really hate me that much? Of course not, Mia reassured him with a smile that was about as reassuring as a cat that had found a mouse within its paw. You may be the scum of the earth, can't hold a job to save your life, and only ever come to visit when you're running low on food, but you're still Takehito's best friend. And you think Mia-chan and I have a strange relationship, Naruto mumbled as he watched the byplay between the two. It was quite apparent that they had a long history. According to what he had deduced, they had likely met through Takehito, though Naruto only knew how the man Mia would later marry had met the woman herself was still unknown. It would be an interesting story, but the blonde was not one to bother asking about something like that. If Mia wished to tell him that was fine, but he wouldn't lose any sleep over it if she didn't. Naruto must not have been as quiet as he thought, because Seo laughed a moment after he spoke. Yeah well, the scruffy Ashikabi shrugged with exaggerated nonchalance. Mia just loves to hate me. Really now, Mia huffed in obvious annoyance. It was an almost childish look, and went a long way to telling Naruto just how easily this man was capable of riling the woman up. There's no need to be so rude, she stated, though Seo just waved the words off, before turning his attention back to Naruto. To be honest, I'm actually kind of surprised to see you here, he commented. The words were almost casual, but Naruto could detect the hint of sharpness to them. The look on his face, while still lazy, held a much more calculating glint to it than usual. The man was obviously much sharper than he let on. Why do you say that? Asked Naruto, taking a sip of his tea. Oh, the man started. It's just that with the way you've been going about everything, I sorted of expected you to be in the thick things. I mean, you are the miracle worker, after all. Naruto narrowed his eyes. That's the second time someone has called me that today, he began thoughtfully. So that Higa Izumi character was not the only person who knew of his status, then. Naruto was not sure that was a very good thing. He still knew so little about the Sekirei plan and Sekirei in general. That wasn't even going into the lack of information he had on the other people in this game. Knowing that he had so little information about the goings-ins in this city was beginning to bother him. Knowledge was power, after all, and he was distinctly lacking in it. Despite this, Naruto forced himself to remain apathetic as he took the other Ashikabi in with a casual gaze. Seo seemed to know some of what was going on, and perhaps Naruto could gain some useful information through him. The blonde was willing to admit that he may have been a bit hasty in dismissing this man so quickly the last time they met. I had not realized I was so famous, Naruto continued, sending off a small, almost unnoticeable probe for information. The comment seemed completely innocuous, it was not even a question. But if Seo was like the majority of people, he would be unable to resist spilling at least some of the information he had. Seo gave him a lazy grin. I may know a little more than most, he admitted with a casual shrug. The blonde paused, taking a moment to ponder those words. There was just something about the way he had said them that made the blonde think, hidden meaning. If there was ever a time when Naruto would actually need to use Kakashi-sensei's old adage of, looking underneath the underneath, then now was that time. Am I to take it that very few people actually know of my title then? Asked Naruto, presenting his theory. It was the only thing that made sense to him. Higa Izumi had known of his title, but according to the man's secretary, he had some secret means of acquiring that knowledge. The blonde had assumed that meant only the so-called Ashikabi of the East, and the man working under him had known about his new title. But that didn't seem to be the case. Very few Ashikabis know about your title, Seo freely admitted with a shrug. In fact, I'm almost certain that I'm one of the only ones who do. However, a small, almost perverted grin spread across his face. There seem to be a number of unwinged Sekirei who know about you. After all, the scruffy Ashikabi leaned back as he continued. They were the ones who gave you that title. So the title he had gained had not been coined by Ashikabi, but by Sekirei, and unwinged ones at that. Now that was something Naruto hadn't quite expected. Then again, the title had to come from somewhere. It would be just as easy to believe it had come from an unwinged Sekirei as it was to believe it had come from an Ashikabi. In fact, when put into perspective, it made more sense that his title had come from an unwinged Sekirei. If it had come from an Ashikabi, then no doubt there would be more people like Seo and Izumi who knew of it. Seo had just admitted that there was very little chance of other Ashikabi knowing, and for some reason, Naruto was inclined to believe him. Of course, Izumi knew as well, but he had some way of gathering that kind of information. As did Seo, apparently. You learned that from Hikari and Hibiki, didn't you? Naruto said as he realized just how Seo had gained this information. Your Sekirei have been hunting unwinged Sekirei again, haven't they? He accused. As Naruto spoke those words, he was once again overcome with an intense feeling of not quite anger, more like disapproval. He just couldn't understand why this man was allowing his Sekirei to hunt down unwinged Sekirei. It was wrong, to not allow a Sekirei a chance to find and be with their Ashikabi was an unforgivable crime. How could he not see that every Sekirei deserved a chance to find love? It took him a moment to realize that these were not actually his feelings. Naruto frowned, blinking. He shook his head and closed his eyes so as to better focus inward. He began shifting through the emotions he was feeling, the ones he recognized were not his own, following them to their source. And when he did, Naruto was both surprised and not so surprised, feeling he should have somehow expected it. Musubi. She was the one feeling these emotions. How odd, while Naruto had always been able to feel his Sekirei's emotions to some degree, and even their thoughts on occasion, he had never been able to feel them so strongly before. It was almost as if she was projecting herself onto him. For a moment there, it felt as if he had become Musubi, and she him. This was unexpected, and unnerving. He had known that the bond between Sekirei and Ashikabi was strong, how could he not? But he had never even deigned to think it could be this strong. To think that a bond could be so powerful it could actually impose the will of another on him. It was an unnerving prospect, and just one more problem in the long list of growing issues that he was having with this whole situation. His thoughts and attention were snapped back to reality when Musubi stood and slammed her hands on the table, making everyone, even Naruto and Mia, jump. Akatsu was the only one who didn't jump, but that was more because of her personality and slowness to movement in all things that didn't involve Naruto. Kusano had jumped though, and was now staring at Musubi with wide, blinking eyes. How could you? She demanded of Seo, looking at him with a glare. Yes, a glare. One that could probably melt steel if it were capable of being put into a physical power. It was a look Naruto had never expected to see on the naive and childish girl. Musubi was not one to take things seriously. She was the kind of girl who was always happy, always smiling, and was something of a scatterbrain. This new look, it was unnerving to see on his normally happy and kind, albeit slightly insane and battle-crazed, Sekirei. Sei blinked, leaning back from the look from where he sat. How could you let your Sekirei continue to hunt down those who have yet to find their Ashikabi? She demanded once again, this time elaborating her accusation a little more. Don't you know how important it is for all the unwinged Sekirei to find their destined ones? By defeating them before they find their Ashikabi, you're denying them the chance to find love. Hey, it's not like I'm the one going out and defeating unwinged Sekirei. Seo defended himself from the normally excitable girl's accusing stare. They're your Sekirei, Musubi accused. You could easily tell them not to fight unwinged Sekirei anymore. I'm sure they would listen. Seo actually snorted at that. You obviously don't know my Sekirei very well, he told the girl, and Naruto actually had to agree. From what he had seen of Seo's relationship with his Sekirei, much as he may deny it, he was not the one wearing the pants in that relationship. Musubi frowned at the man. With her first avenue of getting the man to listen to her blocked off, she whirled on Naruto and gave him an pleading look. Naruto-sama, she began pleadingly. Please make him see reason. I'm sure if it were to come from you, he would realize I'm right and talk to his Sekirei about what they're doing. Naruto almost flinched, not just at the tone in her voice as she spoke, but at the pure, honest feelings coming in through their bond. The bond between a Sekirei and their Ashikabi was something Musubi truly believed in with all her heart, and the thought that Seo would just let their Sekirei trample over that bond bothered her intensely. More than anything else right now, she wanted Seo to see her side of things and at least make an attempt at reining his Sekirei in. It was hard not giving in. Almost impossible even. With such intense emotions directed at him, such an earnest look combined with those pleading eyes, Naruto truly wanted to do exactly as she asked, convince Seo that he needed to talk with his Sekirei about not fighting unwinged Sekirei. This desire, this need to help the girl in her quest was almost overwhelming. Just fighting through the current sea of emotions she was pushing towards him was a task in and of itself. It wouldn't do any good, Naruto gasped, beginning to feel lightheaded. He shook his head, trying to clear it. Even if Seo did listen to me, I'm not sure his Sekirei would listen to him. He had seen the way the Lightning Twins had acted. There was no way they would listen to Seo for something so, to them at least, mundane. But surely if Naruto-sama spoke to him, Seo-san would talk to his Sekirei. Musubi tried again. The eternal shinobi glanced away from her, unable to look the girl in the eyes. Perhaps, he admitted. But it's not Seo that needs to be convinced. The blonde got the feeling that Seo didn't really care one way or the other, though he could just be reading the man wrong and he simply didn't want to get zapped by lightning for saying something his Sekirei might consider stupid. But it isn't Seo that would need to be convinced, he finished. Then talk to Seo-san's Sekirei, Musubi pleaded, her hands held together in a prayer sign under her chin. I'm sure that if it were to come from Naruto-sama those mean lightning twins would listen. Why do you think they would listen to me? Asked Naruto, frowning at the girl's now desperate last gambit. I'm not their Ashikabi, I'm just some guy who they happened to run into and someone who stopped them from trying to terminate you. They wouldn't listen to me, hell, they don't even listen to their own Ashikabi. Don't you want to help the other Sekirei find their Ashikabi, Naruto-sama? Asked Musubi, tears gathering in the corner of her eyes. This time, Naruto did flinch when he looked at her. Don't you care about whether or not the other Sekirei find love? Even if I did, Naruto started slowly, trying word his answer carefully. I wouldn't be able to change anything. But what about the other Sekirei being allowed to find love? Asked Musubi in a tiny whisper. She seemed almost confused. It was as if she didn't understand why Naruto wasn't as determined to help the other Sekirei find love as she was. What she didn't know was that Naruto had stopped believing in love a long time ago. Love. Naruto would have scoffed at the notion Musubi was putting forth. She seemed to be of the belief that if all of the Sekirei could just find their Ashikabi, everything would turn out for the best. At least, that was the general feeling he got from her. However, her comment had brought a number of memories he had buried a long time ago, or so he thought. A girl with pink hair, tears in her eyes as she pleaded with him to bring her loved one back. The pain he felt, even as he promised to do just that. That way, even if he was unhappy, at the very least the girl he loved could find her own happiness. Not every Sekirei would even find their Ashikabi, the one they were apparently supposed to love for all eternity. Naruto had already seen how Sekirei could be entered into bond via forced winning by those Ashikabi who were unscrupulous enough to do so. A young woman with dark hair and lavender pupilless eyes, staring down a man who had just destroyed their home and come close to killing him. Her confession of love for him before trying to defend him and getting struck down for her effort. Musubi just didn't seem to realize that even if every Sekirei found their Ashikabi, they would just be taken away again when they were defeated. That same pink-haired girl, now a young woman, her eyes lifeless, blood leaking out of her mouth and a gaping hole in her chest, the edges frayed to signify that it was done by a lightning-based assassination technique. What good was finding the one you loved if they would only be taken away from you in the end? The woman with dark hair and lavender eyes, staring at him with such love and emotions that were no less intense now than they had been 1 year ago, even as she bled out, her blood staining the ground and mixing with the rain. What would it matter if they found their loved ones, their Ashikabi, anyways? Manaka had said it himself, the Sekirei plan would only end when the last Sekirei was left standing. Another woman lay before him, this was even more beautiful than the others. Her silken blonde hair lay about her in a halo, and was partially dyed red with her own blood. Large, angelic blue eyes were staring at nothing, the colorful irises were dull as the once vibrant woman's life was extinguished. More and more images flashed through his mind, all of them on the people he loved, the people he lost. Naruto grit his teeth, and brutally shoved those memories to the side, knowing they would only hurt him if he continued. Love isn't enough to save them from the Sekirei plan. Musubi flinched, and stumbled back as if she had taken a physical blow. Worse still, the blonde felt the girl's pain through air bond, like taking a kunai to the heart. The pain in Naruto's chest grew in proportion to the girl's own pain. He watched as his first Sekirei ran through a gauntlet of emotions, confusion, disappointment, sadness, depression, so many emotions, and each one of them made his chest tighten and sting. It was quite possibly one of the most horrible emotional pains he had ever met, running up there with the deaths of his friends. Before he could say or do anything else, Musubi fled the room, the sound of her hurried footsteps disappearing as they heard her running up the stairs, followed by the slamming of a door. Silence descended upon the room following the noise, none of the people there knowing what to say, or in the case of one of them deciding it would be best if he didn't say anything. The only one who did not seem to be affected was Kusano, who was simply too young to truly understand what was going on. Naruto sighed as he closed his eyes. God, he felt like a prick. How could he have hurt Musubi like that? He wasn't sure why his words affected the girl so much, but if what he had sensed through the bond was any indication, he might as well have just ripped her heart out. It would have been a mercy killing compared to this. Was this the kind of person he had become? Had his inability to connect and bond with others become such a liability that even now, when he had truly bonded to another person in a quite literal sense, he ended up being so callous? Uzume, Naruto called out in a tired voice, making the normally perky Sekirei focus on him. Surprisingly enough, she had been the one who looked the most affected by Naruto's last statement. Before the blonde had called her, the expression on her face made it obvious she had been struggling with her own thoughts. Maybe she was in a situation where she had an inkling of what the eternal shinobi felt. Could you please go upstairs and make sure Musubi is alright? He asked. Shouldn't you be the one doing that? Uzume questioned him with a frown. Naruto sighed. I think it would be best if perhaps someone else was supporting her right now, Naruto said softly. After what he had just said, he wasn't at all sure if Musubi would actually want to see him. Hell, if someone had just done what was essentially ripping his heart out with a rusty kunai, he wouldn't want to see them. I'll be up after a few minutes, once she's had some time to calm down without my presence hindering her. There was another reason why Naruto didn't want to be in her presence right now. Two, actually. The first was this bond. After he had spoken those words that sent Musubi away, Naruto had felt her emotions like a physical blow. It had been as if someone had dropped the Hokage monument on his chest and then decided to have every Akamaiki in Konoha use their expansion jutsu and begin jumping on it for shits and giggles. The blonde honestly wasn't sure he would be able to do any kind of good with that much physical pain. The second wasn't quite as selfish. It was that he didn't want Musubi to be affected by his own emotions, if such a thing were possible. Naruto had a theory that if he was capable of experiencing the emotions of his Sekirei, then there was no reason not to think his Sekirei could experience his. So far there had been no indication if that was true, but the blonde didn't want to take any chances. Uzume stared at him for a few seconds longer before, with a sigh, she relented. Alright, I'll go check up on her, she said, standing up and making her way to the door. She stopped at the edge of the shoji screen. Did you owe me for this? She gave him one last parting comment before disappearing from view. Uzumaki-kun. At the sound of her voice, Naruto turned to look at Mia. She was staring at him with both of her purple eyes gazing at him with a look that somehow mixed calculating with concern. He wasn't quite sure what to make of this expression, but a part of him felt strangely vulnerable to it. Like he was being stared at from under a microscope. I'm fine, Naruto told her, turning his head away to take in the rest of the room's occupants. As always, Akatsu was looking at him. Even during the altercation that had erupted between him and Musubi, her eyes had not left him. It was both unnerving and reassuring in a strange sort of way. Kusano still just looked confused. It would be obvious to anyone with mild observational skills that notice. At the her end of the spectrum, Seo was once again giving him a sharp look. It was another reminder that the scruffy-looking Ashikabi, for all his ability to put his foot in his mouth, was a surprisingly canny man. Hello. Excuse me. Whatever Mia may have been about to say was interrupted when a pair of familiar voices. She frowned for a moment, her eyes lingering on him, before with her usual grace, stood up and began making her way out into the hall. Naruto cast a glance at Seo when he heard a soft thump, and turned to see the man making his way into the kitchen. Frowning, he too was about to stand up when a smething gently bumped against him. Looking down, he saw that it was Kusano. Her eyes were closed and her breathing even. She had fallen asleep. Akatsu, he said to the ice user, who blinked in acknowledgement. Would you mind putting Ku-chan to bed? He asked. Ah, Akatsu nodded slowly and stood up. Okay, she finished. Naruto gave the ice user a very brief smile of gratitude at her acquiescing to his request, before lifting Kusano and handing the green girl off to her. While he hadn't said anything, he was pleased that the snow woman was so easy to deal with when compared to Musubi and Kusano. As Akatsu began to slowly leaving the room, Naruto sighed, stood up, and made his way out into the hall as well. It was just as he was making his way to the entrance that the blonde caught the sound of Hibiki's voice. We're sorry to interrupt, Hibiki started, and as Naruto came up behind Mia he saw her rubbing the back of her head with an apologetic expression on her face. She hadn't seemed to realize that Naruto was here yet, which may or may not be a good thing depending on how she might react. Instead she was looking at Mia as she spoke. But is that idiot mooching off you again? Once again there was a familiarity to her words. This situation had likely happened numerous times in the past. Mooch. Why do you say that? 2 tick marks appeared on the girls' heads, right before they began to lay the beat down on Seo. A large cloud of smoke appeared over the trio with the only thing being visible was the occasional foot, fist or head. Several stars also appeared to shoot out of the cloud, whether they were some kind of special effect, or actually did something no one knew. And for the sake of their mentality, everyone watching the scene decided it would be best if they didn't know. Because it's what you always do, you freeloader. As Hikari and Hibiki began to lay the smack down on Seo, beating the ever-living crap out of him with fists and feet, Naruto and Mia both sweat dropped. Yes, Naruto decided right then and there, even if he had managed to convince Seo to talk with his two Sekirei, no good would have come of it. XOX. It wasn't that long before Seo and the Lightning Twins left, the two females of the trio apologizing profusely to Mia for their Ashikabi's unscrupulous behavior. The sight of the two bowing over and over again chanting the mantra, we're sorry, 1,000 times we're so sorry, as they held onto a large 50-pound bag of rice each had been amusing enough that Naruto had almost been able to put the conversation between him and Musubi into the back of his mind. Almost. Their comedy routine may have been more effective if it hadn't been for the fact that Naruto could still feel Musubi in the back of his mind. Her emotions may have calmed down, but she was still rather distraught. The eternal shinobi knew he would have to apologize to her. It was the right thing to do, and even if it wasn't, as long as this situation remained unresolved, he would be unable to think properly because of the fist fighter's feelings being transmitted to him over the bond. With a sigh, Naruto watched as Mia closed the door and was about to begin making his way to his bedroom in order to, as they say, face the music, when a hand was lightly placed on his shoulder. Stiffening under the unfamiliar touch, he turned, almost startled when he saw Mia standing behind him. A moment before you go upstairs, Uzumaki-kun, Mia said. The words sounded almost like a suggestion, but Naruto could tell otherwise. Whatever she wanted to say, or ask, it must have been important. Naruto didn't say anything, but he did give a nod of assent, and silently made to follow the Lavenderette as she began walking down the hall. Maison Izumo had a lot of shoji screen doors. They passed by a number of them before coming out to the one that led into the courtyard. Mia sat down, calves hang over the edge of the raised platform, her feet just touching the ground. After a moment or two of hesitation, Naruto followed suit and sat down, using his hands as support beams as he leaned back. For a moment everything was silent. Mia was not looking at him but at something else entirely, something only she could see. Her eyes were unfocused as they wandered the halls of her own mind, perhaps remembering something from her past. It was as Naruto was beginning to wonder what she wanted to speak with him about that she asked, "Did you mean it?" When Naruto tilted his head questioningly, she finally turned to face him, her eyes fully focused on his. "When you said that sometimes love wasn't enough. Did you mean it?" Naruto studied the woman before him a bit, studying her as he wondered just how to answer that question. There were so many ways he could answer it, from moving around the subject, to giving a very vague answer that wouldn't really tell her anything, to simply giving a one-word answer and expecting that to be the end of her questioning. Within the confines of his mind, Naruto weighed the pros and cons of each choice he was presented with. Finally, with a heavy sigh, Naruto turned his gaze back out to the yard where Musubi and the woman sitting at his side often sparred. "I've been in love before, you know," he started, his eyes wandering over to the sakura tree he had first met Kusano. "I've loved a lot of people, to be honest. After all, there were many different kinds of love. The love of a brother, a friend, a son, a father, a husband, so many endless ways to love another that putting all of the variety of ways into words couldn't truly do it justice. And I've met a lot of people who believe that love is the most powerful force in the world, that no matter what odds you face, so long as you are with the ones you love, you can overcome them." The blonde frowned as he thought of his own experiences with love. And in some cases that may very well be true. When people are fighting for their loved ones, they're much more determined to succeed. The love they have for the people they cherish forces them to push themselves beyond their limits. There have even been documented cases of women gaining incredible strength in order to save their children. I remember hearing one story in particular where a woman managed to partially lift a car when her baby was stuck inside after it had been flipped over. And that's not even mentioning what two people who are in love can accomplish together. Almost absently, Naruto thought of the couples he had known back in the elemental nations. The one that sprang to mind the most was Sakura and Lee, his first crush and the girl he had ended up loving like a sister, and the taijutsu master who had eventually surpassed his sensei. During the Fourth Great Shinobi War they had been one of the most powerful pair there. The two of them alone had managed to cut a large swath of the Zetsu clones that had been harassing the allied shinobi forces. Not only that, but they had both been able to hold off the Kinjin Kyoti, the Gold and Silver brothers, Ginkaku and Kinkaku, after they had been resumoned by Kabuto when the man had finally managed to escape from Itachi's Izanami technique, long enough for Naruto and Kurabi to arrive and help seal the pair away for good. There had been many other shinobi couples that had proven to be powerful as well. Temari and Shikamaru, Tenten and Neji, Konohamaru and Hanabi, Moegi and Udon, Hinata and Kiba. So many shinobi kunoichi pairs that had been able to stem the tides of battle long enough for him and his, at the time, partner in arms Kurabi to arrive and lay waste to whoever stood in the way. Yet even these amazing shinobi, these powerful couples had eventually been defeated. Sakura and Lee had been killed by Sasuke when Naruto and Kurabi had been forced into battle with a resummoned Uchiha Madara. Temari and Shikamaru had been killed by Kabuto himself, ambushed during a scouting mission to look for enemy weak points and come up with an appropriate counter-strategy. Tenten and Neji had eventually been overwhelmed by Zetsu clones after getting cut off from the rest of the allied nations' forces. Both Konohamaru and Hanabi, and Moegi and Udon had been killed during a mission to seek financial aid from Yuki no Kuni's daimyo, Kazuhana Koyuki. Kiba had been killed during a botched mission to find and kill Kabuto, sacrificing himself so that Hinata could escape with the information of the man's location. Surprisingly enough, Hinata had survived, though she was killed days later by Sasuke when Naruto had been ambushed by a revived Gaara and Tsunade, and Kurabi by his brother, all of whom had been killed by Uchiha Madara before they could enter the fight. Naruto had arrived just in time to watch her die, unable to do anything more than cry his sorrows to the heaven. But even as amazing as love sometimes is, there are some enemies that love just can't defeat, Naruto said, looking over at Mia who was watching him with a gaze that was both studious and uncomfortable. It seemed his words were hitting the woman a bit close to him. Standing up, the blonde dusted himself off and gave the woman one last glance. As I said, sometimes love just isn't enough, he finished, before beginning to make his way back inside. Naruto-san. The blonde paused at the doorway, turning to Mia with a curious look. That was the first time she had called him by his first name and added the san suffix to it. Given that she had never called him that before, whatever she wanted to say must be serious. Yes, he said, making a hand gesture for her to continue. Mia shifted, perhaps unconsciously, to look at him better, bringing her legs over the lip of the wooden platform and under her thighs in a feminine position. If love is not the greatest force in the world, then what is? Naruto closed his eyes and turned away. He didn't even need a second to ponder that question to know the answer. Time, he told her, not deigning to look back and see her response. There is nothing in this world that can defeat time. In time anything could change, anything could be lost, it was both the beginning and the end. People, culture, laws, the very landscape could be changed if given enough time. Whole civilizations have been toppled by time, the remains of those ancient communities now nothing more than ruins. People were born with time, and in time, they died just as sure as they entered this world. Truly, there was nothing that time couldn't destroy. Even Naruto was a victim of time in his own way. After all, time might not have been able to kill him, but for all the life he had lived, he might as well have been dead. With a heavy sigh, feeling the weight of his years, Naruto walked back into Maison Izumo, leaving Mia to sit where she was with a pensive look as she pondered the blonde's words. No doubt she was trying to discern some hidden meaning behind Naruto's answer. It was unfortunate for her that she wouldn't find one, because in this instance the eternal shinobi's words had been the truth. And yet, the truth he had given was so unbelievable that it likely only someone who was capable of coming up with the craziest ideas and theories would ever be able to know that he was being honest. Somewhere in Karakura town, a young high school student with long orange hair, large breasts, and a hairpin sneezed while eating leeks lathered in butter and red bean paste. As he made his way up towards the stairs, Akatsu fell into step behind him. Naruto glanced casually over his shoulder, taking note that nothing seemed to have changed in the snow woman. Throughout the entire night, with the sole exception of when Mia had unveiled her Hania mask, Akatsu's composure had not changed. Ku-chan's been tucked into bed, I take it? Naruto asked. He was sure that was the case seeing as the green girl was no longer with Akatsu, but he felt it better to be sure just in case. After all, this was the woman who forgot to wear panties in public. Ah, Akatsu tilted her head to the side, then looked back at where she had come from. Yes, she determined with a nod, her head turning back to look at Naruto. Said blonde just gave a nod of his own as he and the ice user made their way up the stairs. When they got there, it was to find Uzume leaning against the wall next to the door to their room, her arms crossed under her bust, and the index finger of her left hand tapping a staccato rhythm against her arm. Upon hearing their footsteps she looked up. About time, she said, uncrossing her arms as she pushed herself off the wall. What took you so long? She asked with a curious look. Mia wanted to talk to me, Naruto told the Sekirei wearing the star shirt. His eyes flickered towards the door, then focused back on Uzume. How is she? He asked. The bond wasn't helping as much anymore and he couldn't get a proper read on the girl's emotions. They seemed to have settled, but with that settling down Musubi's emotions once more melded together in the static rhythm that was Akatsu and Kusano, making it impossible for him to determine her emotional state. She's fine, Uzume said with a shrug. She stopped crying a while ago and I've just been standing out here since then waiting for you. Naruto winced a bit at the, she stopped crying, bit, but didn't react otherwise. Thank you, Naruto said, bowing slightly at the waist to show his appreciation. Hey, no problem, Uzume said with her customary chuckle. She began to walk down the hallway towards her room, patting Naruto on the shoulder as she went. Now go take care of your girl, bro. You've got some making up to do. Naruto grimaced, not just because of her words, but because he knew she was right. While it may have been done unintentionally, his words had hurt Musubi deeply. He knew that he had to set things right, the only problem was he didn't know how to do that. Naruto had been with hundreds of women, thousands even. He knew more about how to get a woman into his bed than anyone else alive, and he knew more ways to please a woman than anyone else alive. Hell, he had practically reinvented sex. However, that meant little to nothing in this case. All the experience and knowledge on how to properly seduce and please a woman in bed held no bearing here. This wasn't some random chick he had picked up for the night. If she had been, then he wouldn't even be in this situation in the first place. This was Musubi, one of the women he had unintentionally bonded to, the first one he had bonded to. They were connected on a level that went beyond physical boundaries and into the realm of the spiritual. And whether he liked it or not, that meant they were, for lack of a better term, boyfriend and girlfriend, perhaps even more. After all, there wasn't a much higher form of union than being bonded together in a way that was so profound Naruto could actually feel her emotions at all times. I know, Naruto muttered, more to himself than to Uzume. As the Sekirei in question walked the few feet to her own room, Naruto took a deep breath, squared his shoulders, and decided to just get this over with. He had no clue what he was going to do, but when he was determined to do something, a little thing like uncertainty wasn't enough to stop him. This was just another mess he had found himself that he now had to get out of. That was all there was to it. Entering the room with Akatsu following behind him, Naruto took a quick moment to look around. The room was the same as it had been for the past few days they had all been living here. The sun was shining in through the window a deep red color, showing that the day's events after the movies had taken quite a while to get finished. It looked like dinner would have to wait for a little while, unless Mia had already gotten started on it. And standing near the window, casting a shadow along the tatami mats as the light hit her form, stood Musubi. Naruto hesitated. What should he say? What was the appropriate way to apologize? Just saying, I'm sorry, didn't feel like it would be enough to make things up to the girl. He had really hurt Musubi with his words. There was no way a simple apology would be enough to make things up to her. Even if Musubi was an unusually kind and enthusiastic young woman, the fact remained that she was still a young woman. Naruto doubted that even she would forgive him so easily for what he had said. Hell, were their situations reversed, Naruto would have had a hard time forgiving her. Musubi, he started, taking a hesitant step forward. Beside him, the clink of chains let him know that Akatsu was walking with him as well. He wasn't sure if she was just following him because that's what she always did, but he couldn't help but feel slightly grateful for her presence. Maybe it was just because she was so unobtrusive, but the snow woman really was beginning to grow on him. The girl he had called out to turned away from where she was watching the sun as it set beyond the horizon. She blinked several times as they adjusted to the change in light. After all, staring directly at the sun and then looking into a semi-dark room with only the slight rays of sunlight that managed to sneak into the room was a pretty big change in lighting. After a moment, her eyes had adapted enough to make out the two figures in the room, though she only had eyes for Naruto at that moment. Ah! The girl chirped in a cheerful voice, causing the blonde to blink. Naruto-sama. I didn't hear you come in. Have you been standing here for very long? There was no sign of the previous tears she had shed, or the pain she had felt anywhere on her face. Focusing on their bond, the blonde couldn't quite pin down Musubi's emotions and separate them from the other two he had winged, but none of them held any kind of negative emotions. It looked like the fist fighter had well and truly bounced back from her previous depression. Ahem. Naruto coughed into his hand, now even more unsure on how to proceed. It would have been hard enough dealing with the girl when she was depressed, but now he wasn't even sure what to do. Was she still sad? Was she just hiding her feelings so well that even the bond couldn't pierce the veil of her facade? Or had she truly recovered so quickly? I haven't been here long, I just got here a few seconds ago, he said, wondering what he should say next. He shifted, feeling unusually nervous. How are you feeling? The blonde almost cursed himself for asking something so stupid, but that was all he could really think of to say at the moment. I'm fine, Naruto-sama, Musubi said, tilting her head in puzzlement. Why do you ask? Well, she couldn't really have forgotten about what had happened just a little under half an hour ago, could she? You were pretty, distraught, after our conversation. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. Well, I was a little upset, Musubi admitted, still smiling brightly. After I got up to our room I felt pretty sad. I thought about going to sleep, but then I saw the sun beginning to set and couldn't help but admire it. I would have done some training, but I already trained with Landlady Sama today, so I thought it might be a good idea if I just relaxed instead. Gotta rest my muscles after all, she finished, knuckling her head and poking her tongue out while she did so. Listen, Naruto started, sounding less like an immortal male who had lived through war and constant heartbreak and more like an unsure teenager who didn't know how to properly apologize to his girlfriend for being an ass. For all his experience in life, this was practically new territory to the blonde. How long had it been since he had even made an attempt at forming a relationship with someone else? Anyone else? A long time, too long in fact. None of those relationships had ever ended well. You just couldn't maintain a meaningful relationship when you were like him. It was simply impossible. Damn it. Why did this have to be so difficult? All he had to do was apologize and find some way to make it up to her, right? Then why did he feel so lost and confused? Maybe it was because she didn't even seem to be angry at him. It might have been easier to apologize if Musubi actually was cross with him, and it wasn't like he didn't deserve her ire after what he had said to her. Well, maybe he should just come out and say it, and then go on from there. I did think about what Naruto-sama said, Musubi continued, interrupting the blonde before he could even begin. At first I didn't know what to think, she said, and it was here that she began to walk towards him. But then I realized what the problem was. Naruto blinked, nonplussed by her words. She was in front of him now, a warm smile on her face that when combined with the slight halo effect being caused by the slowly dying sun's rays made the creature before him seem truly angelic. I realized that Naruto-sama just doesn't understand why it's so important for us Sekireis to find out Ashikabi. Actually, Naruto thought he had a pretty good idea of why, or at least a decent one. If nothing else he could determine that an Ashikabi was important to a Sekirei due to the bond they formed, though its deeper meanings were lost on him. He still didn't know what a Sekirei was, after all. His thoughts were derailed instantly when Musubi grabbed his left hand in both of hers and placed it upon her breast. For a moment all Naruto could feel was the soft roundness of her, as his palm rested against it. She wasn't wearing a bra, and he could feel her nipple hidden only slightly by the fabric of her kimono top. By the gods above, she really didn't know what she was doing to him. Can you feel it, Naruto-sama? She asked, and Naruto wanted to shout, yes, to her, but only just managed to hold his tongue. My heart. It's beating so fast. The second phase of her question had the immortal shinobi pausing. It took him a second to realize what she was talking about, but when he did, he could feel it. The way her heart was beating, the way it was racing within her chest, the rate continuing to increase as if just being in his presence was enough to set her blood pulsing. I can feel it, Naruto whispered, his throat feeling strangely parched. Musubi's heart was no longer the only one that had started to increase. Naruto could feel his heart hammering in his chest, beating in time to the hastened pace of Musubi's own blood-pumping organ. He had to wonder, if only to himself, was this also a part of the bond? Was the way his own heart had sped up to match hers due to the bond they shared between them? Or was there another reason he was feeling this way? I love, Naruto-sama, she stated, a quiet conviction in her tone. It was just like the last time she had told him that, only without the naked straddling that particular incident had involved. That quiet conviction in her tone that destroyed any and all thoughts of protest, it was the same as the last time. Whenever you're near me, my heart beats like this, whenever you smile, or laugh, whenever you do things for me like carrying my clothes or washing my back. Even a simple touch from you is enough to set my heart racing. This is my love for you, this is what I feel when I am with you. Musubi looked at him, and Naruto almost felt himself melting on the spot. Such an intense look of longing should be considered illegal. Was this another part of the bond? Naruto couldn't doubt her words, even if he may have during her first confession, he couldn't doubt them now. It wasn't just her words, or the conviction in which she spoke them. Nor was it just the beating of her heart and the frantic pace it set. He could feel it, her love for him, it was there, inside of his soul, in that little spot his heart had made for Musubi. Once more Naruto had no time for thinking further because Musubi had grabbed his face with both of her hands and brought him down so she could place a kiss on his lips. Brilliant wings flared out behind her, pushing against the desk and wall, the wood that made the building straining under the strength that was being pressed against it. Naruto was just thankful he had yet to set up a computer or it would have likely gotten squished. And then his mind had no room for any other thoughts as his entire focus became consumed by Musubi. The feel of her lips so softly on his own, her arms as they snaked around his neck, her body as it was pressed against his. And in the corner of his heart that had been created for the bond that had been formed between them, he could feel her presence, a bright light of warmth that seemed to cast away the darkness of his life. It was almost too much for him, he had gone so long without the light that Naruto was not really sure how to deal with it. He loved the feeling it gave him, but another part of him just couldn't comprehend it. It was almost like when you stepped out into the light after sitting in a pitch-black room for several months and stared directly at the sun the moment you came out. It was nearly blinding. When the kiss finally ended and Musubi pulled back, her eyes fluttering open, she gave a smile. Do you understand now, Naruto-sama? She asked. Do you understand these feelings I have for you? I do. Naruto murmured, and he did, he really did. After this display it was impossible for him not to. Really, how could anyone not understand that after the way this girl had confessed her love for him? It was impossible for him to truly understand what came over him in that second, or what possessed him to do what he did. At the moment, Naruto was feeling so many emotions he could only identify a quarter of them, and even if he understood the significance of the others, it was unlikely he would understand the reason they were. In many ways, Naruto was still a child when it came to his emotional development. He had never grown up the way other kids had, being an orphan and a hated one at that. He never had parents to help him develop a healthy emotional mindset and mentality. And while some of that had been fixed after he became a genin, one can't just expect 3 years of training with his godfather to fix 12 years of neglect. Perhaps, if Naruto had been allowed to develop afterwards things would have been different. Maybe if the Fourth Great Shinobi War had never happened, Naruto could have grown from the childish state his emotions had been into those of an adult. And quite possibly, if Naruto's very existence had not become the curse it was today, he might have been able to become the man he had been meant to be. It was impossible to tell now, however, and hindsight was always 20/20. Whatever the case was, Naruto's body moved with a mind of its own as he closed the distance between him and his Sekirei. His arms went around Musubi, embracing her, holding her to him as he rode out the emotional storm that Naruto was in no way prepared to deal with. Naruto-sama. Musubi asked. The sound of her surprised and questioning voice was muffled slightly as Naruto held her to his chest. He was a good deal taller than she was. At 181 centimeters he was a decent bit taller than a lot of people in Japan. Musubi only came up to about the center of his chest. Hesitantly, perhaps in response to his surprising action, she wrapped her arms around the blonde's waist. He could feel her as she turned her head and pressed her cheek against his chest. Undoubtedly she could hear and feel the fast-paced beating of his heart that was still matching time with her own. Musubi I. He tried to say them, he really did. Those three little words that his first Sekirei had bandied about so easily. Perhaps it was because of how moved he was, or maybe he just thought it would be kind to return her gesture. Whichever was the case, Naruto truly wished he could tell her those three little words that likely held far more meaning to the girl in his arms than any others. But he couldn't. He couldn't tell her that, not when he was still unsure of whether or not he truly felt the same as her. Not when he didn't know if these feelings were genuine or because of their bond. Not when Naruto wasn't even sure if what he was feeling was truly the same as what Musubi felt for him. And perhaps the most important reason he couldn't was because no matter how much he may want it to be true, no matter how much he may want to return this girl's feelings, in the end, it would only be a fleeting moment that left more bittersweet memories. I'm sorry, he apologized. Musubi's head shifted until her chin was resting on his chest as she looked up at him, confusion evident in her eyes. No doubt she was trying to figure out what he was apologizing for. Sorry for what, Naruto-sama? She asked, and Naruto grimaced, before planting a smile on his face, one that he had not worn since before he had found out why he had been so hated in Konoha. For what I said earlier today, he lied. There was no way he could tell her the truth, especially when that truth was likely to hurt her more. Sometimes it was better to just keep certain things to yourself, if for no other reason than to spare someone else the pain that would come from that knowledge. And make no mistake, Musubi would be hurt if he said, I'm sorry, but I don't think I can feel the same way about you that you feel about me. Musubi beamed a smile at him. It's okay, she said immediately. Naruto-sama just didn't understand, but now that I've explained it to him I'm sure he does. Yeah, Naruto plastered on a weak smile that was nowhere close to reaching his eyes. I certainly do. And that just made things worse, but because he did understand, and he wasn't sure he wanted to. This girl had just bared her heart and soul to him, and Naruto wasn't even able to do the same, wasn't able to grant her the same level of commitment that she was, and perhaps most importantly of all, he wasn't able to tell her those three little words that would have meant the world to her, those three little words that she herself could say with such conviction that he was left with no choice but to believe her. Naruto couldn't say, I love you.